It was supposed to be a quiet break, just a few days away from everything. My job, the noise of the city, the never-ending stream of notifications and traffic and people. I've been feeling burnt out for a while. Every day started to look the same, and I felt like I was running on autopilot. So I found a small cabin online, deep in the woods of northern Maine. It was old, isolated, and cheap. The photos made it look peaceful, just a wood stove in the center, a single bed in the corner, and a small kitchen with a gas stove. No internet, no phone reception, no neighbors, just trees and snow. The plan was simple. I'd bring enough food for 4 or 5 days, take some books I never had time to read, and stay inside while the snowstorm passed. I'd chop some wood, cook basic meals, maybe write in my journal. I just wanted the kind of silence you don't get anywhere else. The kind that stretches out like a blanket and makes you realize how loud life usually is. The drive was long. I left at dawn and didn't get to the turnoff until mid-afternoon. From there, it was another 12 miles down a narrow, icy dirt road. The trees got denser, and the light started to fade by the time I parked. The cabin sat in a small clearing at the bottom of a slope. The roof was steep to keep snow from piling up. There was a small woodshed behind it, and the front door was padlocked. The key was under a rock next to the steps, just like the owner said. It was colder than I expected. As soon as I got inside, I dropped my bags and started stacking kindling in the stove. The inside of the cabin smelled like dry wood, metal, and old dust. I could see my breath while I worked. Took me 3 tries to get the fire going. Once it caught, I felt some warmth come back to my hands. The wind had picked up outside. It whistled through the gaps in the logs. A few places had been stuffed with foam insulation, but not many. It was going to be cold at night, even with the stove running. I unpacked my food, mostly canned stuff, crackers, peanut butter, a few packs of instant oatmeal, and set everything in the kitchen area. The little propane burner lit without trouble. I made tea and sat by the fire while the sky turned dark. There were no streetlights, no cars passing by, not even a single plane overhead. Just trees, wind, and the creaking of the cabin settling in the cold. That first night was quiet. I had trouble sleeping because I kept waking up thinking I'd heard something. A crack outside, pop in the walls, maybe an animal stepping on snow. Every sound was sharper out here, louder, the kind of quiet that made your own heartbeat seem too loud. I had to remind myself it was just the forest. The second day, I got up early and went out to chop wood. The wind had dropped a bit, and the sky was pale gray. The snow was up to my shins in some places, and I had to keep stamping it down as I worked. The woodshed was stocked, but I didn't want to take too much from there. It was old wood, and some of it had gone soft. I found a better pile near a tree line, where someone had stacked dry logs under a tarp. I spent an hour chopping it smaller and hauling it inside. After lunch, I went for a walk, just around the edge of the clearing, nothing too far. I didn't want to get lost. Every tree looked the same once you got out of sight of the cabin. I had my phone with me, but there was no GPS, no compass, no bars. Just the screen and the cold air burning my nose. I followed some rabbit tracks for a while, then turned back once the snow started to fall again. It was light at first, almost pretty. That night, I couldn't sleep again. The fire was crackling low, and I had to get up twice to feed it. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard something outside. It was just a single thud, like something heavy landing in snow. I held my breath and waited. Nothing. No other sound. I told myself it was probably snow sliding off the roof or a branch snapping under the weight. I went back to sleep after a while, but I had that tight feeling in my chest, like someone had just walked by the window. By the third day, the storm had arrived. I could barely see 10 feet outside. Snow came down in heavy sheets, sideways with the wind. I spent most of the day inside, drying my boots, boiling water, and reading by the stove. I kept glancing at the windows. The snow kept piling up against them. I wondered if I'd be able to open the door in the morning. That night, the power from the small solar battery died. It wasn't much, just enough to charge my phone and a lamp, but it went out around 9 p.m. I was sitting in the dark with just a candle and the glow from the stove. I could hear the wind screaming outside. It shook the cabin, made the roof creak, pushed snow hard against the walls. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. Not heavy ones, just a crunch like someone stepping carefully in deep snow. I stood up and walked slowly to the front window. I didn't have a flashlight, just the candle in my hand. The flame flickered near the glass. I couldn't see anything, just white snow and dark trees. I pressed my face to the cold window and squinted. There were no prints, nothing out of place. Still, I felt it, like someone had just moved out of view. The next morning, I checked the porch. There were no prints, but the snow was falling so hard that anything could have been covered in minutes. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch hit the roof or the side of the cabin. Maybe the sound echoed weird. But I started keeping the axe inside with me, leaning against the wall next to the stove. That afternoon, I walked to the edge of the clearing again. I was looking for more dry wood, something easy to burn without too much smoke. I didn't go far, but when I turned around to head back, I saw something strange. Near the side of the cabin where the trees started, there were tracks. Not mine, not animal, just a line of footprints half covered in snow, leading toward the cabin and then doubling back toward the woods. They were deep, wider than my boots. I followed them for a few yards, but they disappeared under fresh snow. The wind erased them fast. I stood there for a while, just listening. Everything felt too still. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair by the stove with the axe across my lap. I kept the fire low so it wouldn't light up the windows. I listened for every sound. The wind, the pop of the logs, the shifting of the cabin. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. This time, it wasn't just one sound. There was a scraping, like something brushing against the outside wall. Slow, deliberate, then silence, then a knock. Just one, soft, but it was there. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared at the door, waiting. I counted to 60, then again. Nothing. In the morning, I found it. On the porch, right next to the door, an old cigarette butt, barely wet, burnt down to the filter. I don't smoke. I hadn't seen anyone since I arrived. I hadn't even seen a single car or plane. That was the moment everything shifted. The next 2 days were pure paranoia. I kept the fire low, stayed away from the windows, and listened. I kept the axe close. I stopped walking outside unless I had to. The snow had stopped, but the sky stayed gray and heavy. I kept thinking I saw things out of the corner of my eye. Movement between the trees, a flash of dark shape behind the woodshed. On the 5th night, I woke up to the smell of smoke. Not firewood, something else. Chemical. I jumped up and checked the stove, but it was fine. I opened the door and stepped outside. There was no fire, but there was a small pile of ash in the snow about 10 feet from the cabin. Like someone had burned something. Clothes maybe, or paper. Still warm. I looked around. I couldn't see anyone, but there were fresh prints just like before. They circled the cabin twice, then disappeared into the woods. I went back inside and locked the door. The next morning, I made up my mind. I wasn't going to wait any longer. I packed my bag, grabbed the axe, and started the long walk to the car. It was still snowed in halfway down the trail, but I didn't care. I had to get out. As I got close, I saw it. Someone had been there. There were cigarette butts near the driver's side. Trash. A torn plastic bag. And in the snow, what looked like the imprint of someone lying down, watching the road, waiting. I didn't look around. I didn't stop. I got in, started the engine, and drove. The tires slipped and spun, but I didn't let up. I drove until I hit the main road, and then I drove faster. I didn't stop for gas until I was nearly 2 hours away. I didn't stop shaking until I was 3. I never went back. I never reported anything. There was nothing to report. No crime, no face, no name. Just footsteps, cigarette butts, and that feeling. That sick, crawling feeling that someone had been out there, watching, waiting, and staying just out of sight. And the worst part? I don't think they wanted to hurt me. I think they just wanted me to know they were there. It was supposed to be a weekend of peace and quiet, a break from the constant buzz of city life. A cabin tucked away in the woods, miles from the nearest town, seemed like the perfect escape. My friends and I had been planning this trip for months, saving up and scheduling around work, all for a few days of nothing but nature. We wanted to disconnect, breathe fresh air, maybe get a little hiking in, and have a break from the distractions that filled our lives. The drive up there wasn't bad. The roads were narrow, winding between thick trees, the landscape turning more remote as we got farther from civilization. The cabin itself wasn't anything special, a simple, two-story structure with a wide porch, a few windows, and a stone chimney. It had a rustic feel to it, with wood beams overhead and rough-cut furniture, but it was comfortable enough. There was a small lake nearby, and I remember thinking how perfect it looked in the early evening light, the water calm and the air heavy with the scent of pine. We got settled in and unpacked. I took the room upstairs, mostly because I liked the view of the lake from the window. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. The quietness of the place was almost unsettling in its stillness. The sounds of birds and rustling leaves were there, but there was something in the air, something just a little too silent, like the trees were watching. I shrugged it off, telling myself I was just imagining things. It was the kind of place that should have felt relaxing, and yet, there was this nagging feeling that I couldn't shake. The first night, we made a fire in the pit outside, drinking beers and talking about nothing in particular. The moon hung high in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard, but everything felt safe. It was too dark to see much beyond the firelight, but that was fine by me. I liked it that way. There was no light pollution, no hum of electricity, just the crackle of the fire and the occasional chirp of a night insect. It was after we went inside that things started to feel different. The others went to bed pretty quickly. It wasn't even late, but they were tired from the long drive. I stayed up, reading for a while by the dim light of the living room lamp, letting the silence stretch out. At some point, I heard a faint sound outside, a branch snapping, maybe. I froze, holding my breath. I listened for a while, but it didn't come again. My mind wandered to the possibility of animals. Bears were supposed to be in the area, though I hadn't heard of one sighting in years. I thought about closing the window, but that felt too dramatic. Besides, the air felt good, cool but not cold, and I was used to the sounds of nature. I must have dozed off for a bit, because the next thing I knew, I was awake, staring at the dark ceiling. I couldn't tell what woke me, just a strange sense of being watched. I lay there, staring into the blackness, trying to ignore the creeping sensation that something wasn't right. The floor creaked downstairs. I sat up, heart pounding. My mind was racing, but I couldn't explain why. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just the old house settling, right? I tried to get back to sleep, but the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed up from below. My blood ran cold. There shouldn't have been anyone downstairs. The others were asleep, and I had locked the doors before going to bed. I listened for a long time, too scared to move, but it didn't come again. I waited in the silence, trying to convince myself it had been my imagination, but the fear kept me wide awake. After what felt like hours, I finally mustered up the courage to get up and check. I crept down the stairs, trying not to make a sound. The air downstairs was cool, almost too cool, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally across the room. The windows were all locked, the doors the same. Nothing had been disturbed. I checked the back door, too. Still locked. There was no way anyone could have gotten in. But the feeling of something being wrong didn't leave. I went back upstairs and lay awake for what seemed like hours. Every little sound, the wind outside, the creaking of the house, felt like a threat. I had convinced myself I'd imagined the footsteps, but there was something else now. Something deep in my gut that told me to be alert, to stay aware. But I still couldn't put my finger on it. What was it? What was wrong? By the time morning rolled around, I was exhausted but relieved. The daylight brought comfort, and the others seemed unaffected by the night's events. We had breakfast together, the tension in the air dissipating as the sun rose higher in the sky. No one else mentioned hearing anything strange, and I didn't want to seem crazy, so I kept quiet. I pushed the unease out of my mind and decided to focus on the day ahead. We went for a hike that morning, a short trail that looped around the lake and through a section of dense forest. The walk was refreshing, the cool morning air filling my lungs, and for a while, I felt normal again. The trees were tall and imposing, but they felt like a protective barrier, not a threat. Everything felt fine as we walked through the woods, chatting casually and snapping photos. But that evening, when we returned to the cabin, things took another strange turn. We were tired, but as the night came on, I could feel the same unease creeping back. The house seemed colder than it had been earlier in the day. I couldn't explain it, but there was something about the way the air felt. It wasn't the normal cool of a cabin in the woods. It was a sharp, unnatural chill that made my skin prickle. And then there were the sounds. It started with a soft scraping sound, something faint but continuous. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just the wind or an animal, but it kept going, dragging across the wooden floorboards, like nails on a chalkboard. I got up and checked every window and door, but again, everything was locked. Nothing was out of place. The others were upstairs, half-heartedly watching a movie. I decided to ignore it and go to bed early, hoping that sleep would clear my mind. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard the sound again. This time it was closer. It was unmistakable. Someone or something was scraping something across the floor of the living room. My heart raced in my chest. I wanted to call out to the others, but my voice felt trapped in my throat. The fear was overwhelming. The scraping sound continued, followed by a soft, almost inaudible tapping. I was too scared to move, too scared to even breathe. I told myself it was just the house settling again, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. There was no logical reason for these sounds to be happening. When the sound finally stopped, I didn't feel relieved. Instead, I felt a dread, as if something was waiting. And then it came, a quiet knocking at the window, a steady thump, thump, thump. I froze, unable to move or even think. The others were asleep, oblivious, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to do something. I gathered every ounce of courage I had and moved towards the window. Slowly, I pulled the blinds up, my hand trembling. There was nothing outside, no movement, no figure. Just the lake reflecting the moonlight, eerily still. I closed the blinds quickly, my heart pounding. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, too afraid to fall asleep, but too exhausted to stay alert. At some point, the noises stopped. It was only then that I finally managed to drift into a light, uneasy sleep. The next morning, I told the others about the sounds, though I left out the details. They didn't seem too concerned. Probably just animals, they said, shrugging it off. But I wasn't convinced. There was something wrong with that place, something I couldn't explain. We spent the next day exploring the surrounding area, walking further into the woods and away from the cabin. The air felt a little lighter the farther we got from the house. But even out in the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was out there, waiting. It felt like we were being led somewhere, drawn into the woods by an invisible force. As the sun set, we made our way back to the cabin, but the atmosphere had changed. The usual sense of quiet comfort was gone, replaced by an oppressive weight. It was like the cabin itself had turned on us. The air was thick with something I couldn't name, but I knew we needed to leave. I wanted to leave. That night, the house seemed alive with noise. Scraping, tapping, the unmistakable sound of something, or someone, moving around downstairs. But when I checked, everything was locked, everything was still. No one else heard it, but I knew it wasn't my imagination. Something was wrong. We packed up the next morning, cutting the trip short. The road back was long, and the unease lingered, but at least we were finally leaving the cabin behind. It wasn't until we were miles away that I finally felt some relief. I've thought about that cabin a lot since then, and I can't explain what happened. It wasn't ghosts or anything supernatural, but I know that place wasn't right. Whatever it was, it had a way of making you doubt yourself, of making you feel like you were losing your grip on reality. I never went back, and I don't think I ever will. Something about it, it stays with you. hadn't planned on staying in that cabin. I didn't even know it existed until about 2 hours before I got there. The plan was simple. Take a solo trip to the mountains, hike for a day or two, camp under the stars, and come back refreshed. I'd done it before, and this time I had picked a remote section of the forest that wasn't too popular with tourists. It was early spring, just after a week of light rain, so the trails were quiet, and the air had that cold, wet smell of thawing dirt and old leaves. I started early that morning, parked my car at the base of an old Forest Service road, and started walking uphill with a full pack: tent, food, small propane stove, sleeping bag, all of it. The trail was narrow and winding, with patches of snow still clinging to the north-facing slopes. I had a paper map in my pack and a GPS clipped to my chest strap, just in case. I was careful like that. I had read all the stories. People going missing, hikers getting caught in bad weather or making dumb mistakes. I wasn't going to be one of them. I hiked most of the day without seeing a single person. Just birds, a few deer, and a single fox that darted across the trail and vanished into the trees. Around mid-afternoon, the clouds started rolling in heavier, and I felt the wind pick up. The weather had been unpredictable all week, so I wasn't surprised when it started to rain. I had a lightweight rain jacket, and I kept walking, hoping to reach a flat spot near a ridge where I planned to set up my tent for the night. But the rain got worse, thicker, colder. Soon it turned to sleet. I pulled my hood tighter and trudged forward, but the trail was starting to disappear under slush and mud. My boots slid on wet roots. I fell once, hard, and scraped my hand on a rock. I stood up, soaked through, cold, and suddenly unsure if I should keep going. My GPS showed that I was still on the right track, but the ridge was another mile at least, and it was already late afternoon. That's when I saw the cabin. It was off to the right, maybe 50 yards through the trees. Not visible from the trail unless you were looking for it. The roof was dark metal, covered in pine needles. The walls were rough logs, the kind that had gone gray over time. No lights, no smoke. Just a square little box of wood with a door and 2 windows. I almost didn't go to it. I wasn't sure if it was someone's private place, and I didn't want to trespass. But the wind cut through my jacket like I wasn't wearing anything, and the sleet had started to sting my skin. I decided I'd just shelter there until the storm passed. The door wasn't locked. I turned the handle and pushed it open, half expecting an alarm or a shotgun barrel. But there was nothing, just silence. The cabin smelled like old wood and damp wool. Inside was a small room with a table, 2 chairs, and a wood stove in the corner. Against one wall was a bunk bed, thin mattresses, no sheets. A few pots hung from hooks, and there was a stack of firewood next to the stove. I shut the door behind me and stood there for a minute, dripping, listening. It felt empty, no signs of life. Dust on the table, a couple of dead flies on the windowsill. Whoever had built this place hadn't been back for a while. I knew I shouldn't stay, but I didn't want to go back out into the cold. I took off my wet jacket and hung it over one of the chairs. My fingers were numb. I pulled out my phone, no signal. I tried the GPS again. It worked, but it showed me right in the middle of nowhere. I built a fire in the stove. I wasn't great at it, but I'd practiced enough times to know how to get it going. I fed it dry pieces of kindling from the basket and warmed my hands in front of it. Soon the little cabin started to heat up. I changed into dry clothes and sat on one of the chairs, listening to the wind batter the roof. It sounded worse out there than it looked when I came in. I decided to stay the night. I made a simple meal, boiled water from my bottle, poured it into a freeze-dried pouch, and ate it with a spoon while staring at the fire. It was quiet, too quiet. No creaks, no animal sounds. Just the wind and the soft ticking of cooling metal on the stove. I laid down on the bottom bunk, still fully dressed, and pulled my sleeping bag over me. I left the fire going, with the door cracked on the stove so it wouldn't smother itself. The glow of the coals danced on the ceiling. I felt safe. I told myself it was a lucky find. A warm, dry place in the middle of a cold, wet forest. I was asleep within minutes. When I woke up, it was pitch black. The fire had burned down to ashes. I had no idea what time it was. My phone was still dead. My GPS had shut itself off to save power. The cabin felt colder now. I stayed in my sleeping bag, too tired to get up and feed the fire. But something had woken me. It was a sound. Not loud, not close, but not wind either. It was a thump, faint, from outside. Maybe wood on wood. Maybe a branch falling. I waited, heart beating a little faster. Then nothing. I rolled over and tried to sleep again. Just a tree branch, I told myself. Or a deer. But then it happened again. Louder this time. A distinct, heavy thump. Not random. Not the wind. I sat up. The room was almost completely dark, except for the faint orange eye of a coal in the stove. I didn't want to turn on my flashlight and give away my position. I just listened. No more sounds. Still, I felt the air shift, like something was near the door. I stayed awake for what felt like an hour. Then I heard footsteps, crunching, slow. Not leaves, there were none. Just wet snow. The steps moved around the side of the cabin, toward the window. I held my breath. There was a faint shadow that passed in front of the window, blotting out what little moonlight there was behind the clouds. I thought I was hallucinating. I blinked hard. The shape moved again. Then nothing. I didn't sleep after that. I sat in my sleeping bag, holding the small knife I kept in my pack. My breath fogged in front of my face. I thought about leaving, grabbing my gear and running out into the night. But where would I go? I didn't even know how far I was from the trail anymore. The forest was huge. The cold would kill me before anything else did. So I waited. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke to gray light through the window. Morning. I stood up slowly, still clutching the knife. The fire was out completely. I went to the door and opened it a crack, heart pounding. Footprints. Clear, dark impressions in the slush, leading from the trees to the door, then around the cabin, then back into the woods. Not animal prints. Boots. I stepped outside, careful not to smudge them. They were large, bigger than mine, and deep like the person had been heavy or carrying something. They circled the cabin once. Just once. Then vanished into the woods downhill. I didn't follow them. Instead, I packed my things in under 10 minutes. I skipped breakfast. I didn't care. I needed to leave. I didn't bother erasing my tracks. I wanted someone to find them, proof that I had been there, that someone had been there with me. I hiked fast. My legs ached, and the trail was worse than the day before. But I didn't stop. Every so often I looked over my shoulder, half expecting someone to be following me. I saw no one. I heard nothing except the wind and the scrape of my boots on wet rock. By mid-afternoon, I reached the parking lot. My car was untouched. I sat inside for a long time before starting the engine, hands shaking, not from the cold anymore, but from adrenaline that hadn't faded. I didn't tell anyone about it for weeks. Eventually, I mentioned it to a guy I knew who worked in forestry. He said there were old trapper cabins scattered all through that part of the woods, some still used by squatters or survivalists. He said I probably stumbled into someone's space, and they came back in the night, saw me inside, and decided not to do anything. Maybe he was right, or maybe they were waiting to see if I'd come back. Maybe they didn't want to scare me off right away. Maybe they liked to watch. I never went back, and I never will. That cabin's still out there, hidden just off the trail. No name, no lock, just waiting for someone else to think they found a lucky shelter in the storm. The plan was simple. I needed to get away. The city, the noise, the constant distractions. It all felt too much. So, I rented a cabin in the middle of nowhere. It was secluded, surrounded by trees, and far enough from civilization that it seemed like the perfect place to reset. No internet, no phone signal, just the sound of nature and peace. I've been looking forward to it for weeks. The drive was long, but the scenery was beautiful. As I got further away from town, the roads grew quieter, the trees denser. Eventually, the cabin came into view, tucked away at the edge of a small clearing. It looked like something out of a painting, rustic, charming, isolated. The cabin itself wasn't huge, but it was more than enough for just me. A cozy front porch with a rocking chair, a single room inside with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a loft bedroom. The place had a certain charm to it, with old wooden beams and rough-hewn walls, giving it a feeling of being a part of the land itself. The windows, large and unshuttered, opened up to views of nothing but thick trees and the occasional glimpse of the distant mountains. The first few hours were peaceful. I unpacked my bags, made a cup of coffee, and settled into the living room. The fire crackled in the stone fireplace, and I could hear the occasional bird call from outside. The silence was almost deafening. It was different from the city noise I was used to. This kind of silence felt like it was alive, filled with unseen things that whispered just out of reach. I took a walk around the cabin later that day. The woods were thick with underbrush, and the ground was soft with moss. The air was cool and smelled earthy, with the scent of pine and damp leaves. There was a narrow path leading deeper into the forest, but I didn't follow it. Something about it felt off. It was too quiet, like something was waiting. That night, I made myself a simple dinner and then sat in front of the fire, reading a book. But as the evening wore on, I began to feel an unease settling in. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on. It wasn't fear exactly, but there was a pressure in the air, like I was being watched. I'd glance up from my book and stare out the windows, convinced I'd seen movement in the shadows. But every time I'd focus, there'd be nothing there. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. But as the night deepened, the feeling didn't go away. The wind outside began to pick up, howling through the trees. The fire crackled louder, and I added more logs to keep the warmth in the cabin. But every now and then, the fire would flicker, and I'd swear I saw a shadow dart across the wall. At one point, I stood up and checked the door, making sure it was locked. It was. The windows were secure too. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to turn in early. The loft bedroom was small, with a bed covered in an old quilt, and the scent of wood and dust filled the air. I climbed into bed, pulled the covers up, and tried to relax. But sleep wouldn't come. The wind outside seemed to grow stronger, and the sound of it whipping through the trees was constant, like the forest itself was alive and restless. Then I heard it. A tapping sound, faint but clear, came from the direction of the window. I froze. The tapping wasn't like the wind. It was too regular, too purposeful. I slowly got out of bed and tiptoed to the window, pressing my ear to the glass. My heart pounded in my chest. I couldn't see anything out there in the dark, but the tapping continued, like someone or something was trying to get my attention. I quickly pulled away from the window and backed up. My mind raced. Maybe it was an animal, a branch against the glass, I told myself. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The tapping stopped, and the night fell silent again. But I couldn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind howl outside, wondering if I had imagined it. The next day, I tried to focus on the beauty around me. I went for a hike in the morning, pushing myself further into the woods, trying to lose the feeling of unease that had been building. The trees grew thicker, and the path twisted and turned. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. But as I walked, I started to notice something strange. There were no signs of wildlife, no birds chirping, no animals scurrying through the underbrush. The woods were silent again, unnervingly silent. I paused, listening. The air felt still, almost stagnant. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something just behind me, but there was nothing, just trees. I turned back toward the cabin, my footsteps quickening. Something was off and I couldn't ignore it anymore. The path felt longer on the way back, as though the distance had somehow stretched. I didn't want to think about it, but my mind kept going back to the tapping at the window the night before. What had caused it? When I returned to the cabin, I checked the windows and doors again. Everything was secure. Still, the feeling lingered, and as the sun began to set, I felt the weight of the night pressing in on me again. I cooked dinner and tried to distract myself with a book, but the silence in the cabin felt suffocating. The The fire crackled in the hearth, but I could hear the wind picking up again. I wanted to go to bed, but the thought of lying there in the dark, alone, made me feel trapped. So, I decided to take a walk around the property at dusk, hoping the cool evening air would clear my head. As I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, I noticed something odd. The ground near the trees was disturbed, like something had recently dug through the dirt. There were deep, erratic marks in the soil, as if something had been dragged along the ground. I knelt down, inspecting the marks. They weren't animal tracks. They were too deep, too wide. They looked human, but that didn't make any sense. No one lived out here. There were no other cabins for miles. The marks led into the trees, and the thought of following them made my stomach turn. Instead, I backed away, my mind racing. I had to be imagining it. But deep down, I felt like I wasn't alone. That night, I locked every window and door, double-checked everything. The tapping didn't come again, but I still couldn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound the cabin made. The wind outside rattled the trees, and the fire in the hearth crackled. It wasn't until much later that I heard something else. A low, scraping sound, like nails dragging across wood, came from the roof. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The sound was unmistakable. It was moving, like something was crawling across the roof. I got out of bed, trembling, and crept to the door. I peered out the window. Nothing. The trees were still. The night was quiet. I should have stayed inside, locked up tight, but I couldn't stop myself. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, my breath visible in the cold air. I stood on the porch, listening, but all I could hear was the wind. Nothing was moving. I walked around the cabin, shining the flashlight up at the roof, but there was nothing there. I ran my hand along the roof's edge, my fingers grazing the rough shingles. Then I felt it, a deep indentation, like something heavy had moved across the roof. My pulse quickened. I turned back toward the woods. Something was out there, and it was too close for comfort. The path leading into the trees, the disturbed ground, it all pointed to the fact that I wasn't alone. But I wasn't sure whether it was a person or something else. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat by the fire, my mind spinning. What was out there? Why was it targeting me? The next morning, I didn't waste any time. I packed my things quickly, nearly tripping over my own feet as I grabbed my bags and headed for the car. The woods seemed to close in around me, the silence almost oppressive. Before I left, I took one last look at the cabin. The windows stared back at me, empty and cold, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something move behind the glass. Just a flicker, but enough to make me jump. I didn't care. I got in my car and drove away, the cabin disappearing behind me as the road twisted and turned, taking me farther from that place. I never went back, and though I've tried to rationalize it, I still wonder about the marks in the dirt, the tapping at the window, and the scraping sound on the roof. I can't explain it, but I know one thing for sure: whatever it was waiting for me, and it won't stop until it gets what it wants. I didn't grow up with money, and I never expected to come into any. So when my uncle passed and left me his land up in northern Minnesota, I was surprised. He never had a family of his own, and I was one of the few relatives who stayed in touch over the years. The property was about 60 acres of thick woods and marshland, with a small hunting cabin near the middle of it. I'd been up there with him a couple times when I was younger, maybe 11 or 12. I remembered it being quiet, remote, and cold most of the year. After the paperwork was done and the property was legally mine, I decided to take a few weeks off work and go up there. I hadn't had time to get away in a long time, and with no mortgage on the place, I figured I could eventually fix it up into something better. The cabin wasn't fancy, just a one-room structure with a wood stove, bunk beds, and a small table, but it was in decent enough shape when I arrived. The windows were intact, the roof didn't leak, and the door still locked tight. The only thing that worried me a little was the old trail that led in from the logging road. It was overgrown in places, and there were signs that someone had driven in recently. deep tire ruts in the mud not more than a week old. I had driven up in my old pickup, bringing supplies for at least 3 weeks. Food, water jugs, a camp stove, tools, and my old hunting rifle. I wasn't planning on doing much hunting, but I brought it just in case. More than anything, I wanted time to myself. Life had been wearing me down lately, and I wanted to get back to something simple. No phones, no people, just me and the woods. The first couple of days went by peacefully. I cleaned the place, cleared brush around the cabin, and patched some of the walls inside. I checked out the trail that ran through the back of the property and found some old tree stands my uncle had set up, still sturdy but faded from years of weather. The silence was strange at first, only wind through the trees, the occasional bird call, and the distant rustle of deer moving through the brush. But I got used to it, started to like it even. On the 4th night, just after the sun dipped below the trees, I was sitting at the little table with a lantern lit. I was reading one of the old hunting magazines my uncle had left behind when I heard something outside. Not an animal noise. It was the sound of something stepping on gravel, boots, not hooves or paws. Slow and deliberate. I froze, listening. I reached for the rifle and stood up. The window was dark, and I couldn't see much outside except shadows. I didn't hear anything for a minute, so I stepped closer to the window and leaned forward slightly. I didn't see anyone, but I knew what I heard. I waited for a long time before I finally turned off the lantern and sat down in the dark, holding the rifle in my lap. Nothing happened that night, but I didn't sleep much. My mind kept running through possibilities. Maybe a poacher, maybe someone who'd gotten lost. Maybe someone squatting on the land without realizing it wasn't public. That's what I told myself, anyway. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin, looking for tracks. I found them behind the cabin, leading toward the woods. Big, heavy boot prints. They hadn't been there the day before. I followed them for about 50 yards before they vanished into a patch of thick brush. There wasn't any sign of who made them. No cigarette butts, no wrappers, nothing. Just the prints. I spent the rest of the day feeling uneasy. I didn't go far from the cabin. Just chopped some wood, cleaned my rifle again, and checked the trail cameras I'd set up. My uncle had left a few old ones in a drawer, and I'd put one near the entrance trail and another out by the tree stand. The camera near the trail had 2 pictures from the night before. One showed me walking back from the truck after collecting firewood. The other showed a man standing about 30 feet behind me. He was tall, wearing a hooded jacket, and his face was turned slightly away from the camera. It had been taken at 7:38 p.m. I'd walked back at 7:30. I never heard him, never saw him. That night, I didn't light the lantern. I sat in the dark again, this time with my rifle propped against the door. I watched the windows for hours, barely blinking. I didn't hear anything. Nothing moved, but I didn't sleep. The next day, I packed a few essentials in my backpack: food, water, ammo, and hiked out to the far end of the property. I didn't want to leave completely, but I also didn't want to be caught sitting in the cabin like a sitting duck. I made camp under a rocky overhang near a stream I remembered from my younger days. I stayed there for 2 nights. Both nights were cold, but I felt safer out in the open than trapped in a dark box in the woods. I never saw or heard anyone out there. When I came back to the cabin, the front door was open. The lock wasn't broken. It had been unlocked, and the door left slightly ajar. I approached slowly, rifle raised. Inside, nothing was obviously missing, but everything had been moved slightly. My clothes had been dumped out onto the floor. The drawers were open. My food bins had been looked through, but nothing taken. Even my rifle ammunition, which I had left in a small metal box, had been opened and left on the table in neat rows. I checked the trail camera again. It had been turned to face a tree. That was when I knew it wasn't random. Someone was playing with me. I started sleeping outside again after that. I built a small shelter in the woods with a tarp and some branches and tried to stay quiet. I kept the fire low and didn't use my lantern anymore. I started leaving signs, twigs arranged in patterns only I would recognize, so I'd know if someone had come by. Every time I came back to my shelter, the signs had been disturbed. On the 9th day, I found a dead raccoon nailed to a tree near the cabin. Its guts had been pulled out and arranged in a spiral on the ground. I hadn't heard anything that night. I hadn't seen any signs of movement, but it was there and it had been fresh. That was the day I decided to leave. I packed up everything I could carry, locked the cabin, and hiked back to my truck. When I got there, the tires were slashed. Clean cuts, not from rocks or wear. I had a spare, but only one. I changed the tire in a rush, rifle slung across my back the entire time. I didn't eat that day. I didn't stop to rest. I just drove, rims grinding against the torn rubber on the back left, until I reached the nearest small town, about 40 miles south. I stayed in a motel for 3 nights. On the second night, I woke up to find a piece of rope on the doorknob, just a short length frayed at one end. It hadn't been there when I went to bed. I didn't go back to the cabin after that. I sold the land within 6 months. Took a loss on it, but I didn't care. The buyer was a guy from Illinois who wanted to turn it into a hunting retreat. I didn't tell him anything about what had happened. I signed the papers, handed over the keys, and left. To this day, I don't know who was out there. I don't know if it was one person or more than one. I don't know if they lived on the property or just used it sometimes. I don't know what they wanted from me or what they would have done if I'd stayed longer. All I know is someone was there, watching, moving through the woods without sound, getting close enough to touch my things, but never being seen, leaving signs always just enough to keep me on edge, never enough to call the police, never enough to prove anything. I haven't gone into the woods since then, not alone, not even close, and sometimes late at night I still check the doors. I still watch the windows. I still think I'll wake up one morning and find something left behind. Piece of rope, a boot print in the snow, a row of bullets lined up in the kitchen. I know they're still out there. I don't know why, but I know they are, and I know I was lucky to get out. I took a break from everything that week. I needed it. The last few months at work had been brutal. Deadlines stacking on top of each other, my manager pushing harder every day, barely sleeping more than a few hours a night. I'd started to forget what it felt like to just sit still. My head always felt like it was filled with static. So when I got the chance to book a remote cabin in the woods a few hours north, I took it immediately. It was a simple listing, one of those basic rentals you find online.
No frills, no fancy amenities.
Just a cabin near a lake, tucked in the trees, with a key hidden under a rock by the front door. No internet, no phone signal, no neighbors for miles. Exactly what I needed. The drive out there was peaceful. 2-lane roads winding through thick woods, the trees still bare but showing signs of spring. I brought everything I thought I'd need: non-perishable food, a big jug of water, a propane stove, a warm sleeping bag, a few books. It wasn't supposed to be luxury. It was supposed to be quiet, solitude, resetting. I arrived just before dusk. The directions were a little vague, but I followed them closely, turning off the main road onto a long dirt driveway with deep tire ruts. My little car groaned and bounced all the way up until the trees cleared and the cabin came into view. It was smaller than I expected. 1 story with a sloped metal roof and weathered wood siding. There was a tiny porch with a single step and a broken chair on it. A narrow chimney rose from the far end. I parked the car next to the cabin and stepped out. The air was cold and still, and I couldn't hear anything except the wind in the trees. No cars.
No voices.
No hum of civilization. Just silence. I found the key under the rock like the listing said, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The cabin smelled like dust and dry wood. The floor creaked under my boots. Inside was bare but functional. An old wood stove in the corner, a cot with a sleeping pad, a table with 2 chairs, and a small kitchen area with a counter, a few cupboards, and a hand pump for water. There was a single window on each wall, all covered by thin curtains. It was cold inside, so I set up my sleeping bag and unpacked what I needed for the night. I didn't bother starting a fire. I was tired and figured I'd just bundle up and sleep early. That first night was fine. I lay in the sleeping bag, listening to the wind outside. Took me a while to fall asleep. It always does the first night somewhere new. But eventually I did. I woke up once around 2 a.m. to pee and had to go outside with a flashlight. The trees swayed in the dark, casting long shadows. My breath came out in white clouds. There was no moon, just stars. When I got back inside, I locked the door and went back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up early and made some coffee on the propane stove. I sat outside on the step, drinking it while watching the trees. It was peaceful. For the first time in a long time, I felt myself starting to calm down. I went for a walk later that morning, following a narrow path that led into the woods. It wasn't marked, but it looked like it had been used recently. I followed it for about a mile until it looped down near the edge of the lake. The water was still half covered in ice, but there were ducks sitting near the open patches. I stood there for a while, breathing in the cold air. It felt good to be away from everything. I stayed like that for 3 days, reading, walking, sitting outside, cooking simple meals. I didn't see a single person the whole time. The only signs of other life were distant animal tracks near the water and a few birds flitting through the trees. I started to sleep better. I stopped thinking about work. I started to feel like I was getting back to who I used to be before all the stress had piled on. But then, on the 4th night, something changed. I'd gone to bed early again around 9:30. It was colder that night, and the wind had picked up, rattling the windows. I'd finally figured out how to use the wood stove earlier that day and had gotten it burning, so the cabin was warm for the first time. I felt relaxed, safe even. I was almost asleep when I heard something outside. It wasn't the wind. It was a thud, heavy, dull. Then another one, closer. I froze in my sleeping bag. I listened hard, holding my breath. Nothing for a few seconds. Then I heard it again. A dragging sound, like something being pulled through the dirt. I sat up slowly and looked toward the front door. The curtain on the window was fluttering slightly from the draft. I couldn't see anything outside. I grabbed the flashlight and clicked it on, shining it around the room. Everything looked normal. I stood up, walked softly to the door, and pressed my ear against it. The dragging sound came again, louder this time, closer. I turned off the flashlight and stepped away from the door. There was a window on the side of the cabin, near the cot. I crept over to it, gently pulling the curtain aside just enough to peek out. What I saw didn't make sense at first. There was a large bundle near the edge of the trees, wrapped in something dark. It looked like a tarp or maybe a thick blanket. I could just make out the shape of it in the moonlight. And next to it, crouched low to the ground, was a man. He wasn't moving, just crouched there, hands on his knees, staring straight at the cabin. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I knew he was watching. I dropped the curtain and stepped back. My heart was racing. I hadn't seen anyone for days. There weren't supposed to be any other cabins nearby. The listing had said it was the only one in the area, and this guy wasn't carrying a backpack or gear. He looked like he had come from nowhere. I stood there in the dark, trying to stay calm. I didn't know what to do. The door was locked, but it wasn't strong. The windows were just single-pane glass. I had no phone service, no weapons, nothing. I waited. For nearly an hour, I didn't hear anything. I went back to the window once, but the man and the bundle were gone. The clearing outside looked empty again. Still, I couldn't sleep. I stayed up, flashlight in hand, until the sun came up. Only then did I let myself breathe a little. That morning, I went outside cautiously, checking the area around the cabin. There were faint drag marks in the dirt leading toward the trees, but nothing else.
No footprints.
No tire tracks, just that disturbed patch of earth. I packed up my gear. I didn't want to stay another night. I started the car and was ready to leave when I noticed something strange. My car had been moved. Not far, maybe just a foot or two, but it wasn't in the exact spot I'd parked it. I remembered lining it up with the corner of the porch. Now it was crooked, like someone had tried to push it or get inside. I checked the doors. Still locked. Nothing stolen, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I got in and drove away fast, bouncing down the rutted path until I hit the paved road. But here's the part that still gets to me. When I stopped at the nearest gas station, about 20 miles down the road, I told the guy working there about the cabin and the weird experience. He looked confused. Then he pulled out a map and asked me to show him where I'd stayed. When I pointed it out, he shook his head and told me that cabin had burned down almost a year ago. I didn't believe him at first, so he called a local who'd been part of the fire crew. The guy came in, looked at me and said the same thing. Cabin caught fire last spring. Lightning strike. Nothing left but the foundation. No one had rebuilt it. I showed them a photo I'd taken the first morning, sitting on the porch with my coffee. They looked at it and just stared. It didn't match what they remembered. In the photo, the wood looked old but intact. The windows were dusty but whole. The sky was clear, but apparently, I'd been staying in the shell of a burned-out structure, which meant either someone had rebuilt it and never told anyone, or I had found a cabin that wasn't supposed to exist anymore. I drove home that day, shaken and confused. Later that week, I called the number from the listing. It was disconnected. I checked the website again, but the cabin was gone from the rentals. No trace of it, not even in my browsing history. I'll never know who that man was, or what he was dragging, or what he wanted. I never figured out why my car was moved or how I even got the listing in the first place. All I know is I was lucky. If I hadn't locked the door, if I hadn't woken up, if I hadn't left that morning, it might have ended differently. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. Not because I'm scared of monsters or anything like that. I'm scared of people, and I'm scared of finding the wrong place again. The road was barely visible under the thick blanket of snow. My tires crunched through the icy slush, the car groaning as it fought against the steep mountain path. The GPS had stopped working miles back, leaving me with nothing but a wrinkled paper map and the dim glow of my phone's dying battery. I shouldn't have taken this shortcut. The trees loomed tall and skeletal, their branches clawing at the gray sky. The wind howled through the gaps in the windows, a low, moaning sound that made my skin prickle. I tightened my grip on the wheel, knuckles white. The cabin was supposed to be just a few more miles up the road, a quiet place to wait out the storm. But the storm had come early. Snowflakes whipped against the windshield, thick and fast, blurring the world outside into a swirling white nightmare. The car's heater wheezed, barely pushing out enough warmth to keep my fingers from going numb. I leaned forward, squinting through the glass, searching for any sign of the turnoff. Then I saw it. A narrow, half-buried driveway, almost invisible under the snow. The wooden sign beside it was weathered, the letters faded, but I could just make out the words. Black Pine Cabin, a quarter mile. Relief washed over me. I turned the wheel, guiding the car onto the uneven path. The tires slipped for a terrifying second before catching, lurching forward. The trees closed in around me, their shadows stretching long and twisted in the fading light. The cabin appeared suddenly, a dark shape against the white. It was smaller than I'd expected, with a sagging roof and a porch that looked like it might collapse under the weight of the snow. The windows were black, empty, no smoke from the chimney. I killed the engine. The silence that followed was thick, heavy. No birds, no wind, just the soft creak of old wood settling. I grabbed my bag and stepped out. The cold hit me like a slap, biting through my coat. My boots sank into the snow as I trudged toward the porch. The key was where the rental guy said it would be, under a loose floorboard near the steps. My fingers brushed against the frozen wood, numb and clumsy, before I finally pried it free. The lock clicked open with a rusty screech. The door swung inward, releasing a stale, musty smell. Old wood, damp fabric, something faintly sour underneath. I flicked the light switch. Nothing. The power was out. I dug out my flashlight and swept the beam across the room. Dust floated in the air, swirling in the weak yellow light. The furniture was old, covered in sheets that sagged like ghostly shapes. A fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth filled with cold ashes. I dropped my bag on the couch, sending up a cloud of dust. The air was frigid, my breath fogging in front of me. I needed to get a fire going. The woodpile outside was buried under snow, but I managed to pull out a few damp logs. They hissed and spat when I lit them, the flames struggling to take hold. I crouched in front of the fireplace, rubbing my hands together, watching the fire slowly grow. That's when I heard it, a soft thump from upstairs. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The sound didn't come again, but the silence now felt wrong. Too heavy, too deliberate. Maybe it was just the wind. Maybe the old house was settling. I stood, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. The stairs groaned under my weight, each step a deafening crack in the quiet. The upstairs hallway was narrow, the ceiling low. Doors lined either side, all closed. The first room was empty, just a stripped bed and a dresser with a broken mirror. The second was the same. The third door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The room was small, with a single window overlooking the trees. A mattress sat on the floor, stained and sagging. And in the corner, a figure. My heart stopped. A man. He was hunched over, his back to me, his shoulders rising and falling with slow, steady breaths. He wore a heavy coat, his hair matted and dirty. His hands were moving, working at something in his lap. I took a step back. The floorboard creaked. The man's head snapped up. I didn't wait. I ran. The stairs flew beneath me, my feet slipping on the last step. I crashed onto the floor, scrambling up, my pulse roaring in my ears. The front door, I had to get to the front door. A hand grabbed my ankle. I screamed, kicking back, my heel connecting with something solid. The grip loosened. I yanked free, lunging for the door. Cold air blasted my face as I stumbled outside, snow biting at my skin. My car. I had to get to my car. The keys, where were my keys? I patted my pockets. Empty. They were still inside, on the table by the door. I turned. The man stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the firelight. He took a step forward. I ran into the trees. Snow soaked through my jeans, my boots sinking with every step. Branches lashed at my face, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't look back. Couldn't. Then lights. A truck, parked just off the road. A man in a sheriff's uniform stood beside it, his hand resting on his holster. I screamed for help. The sheriff's head whipped toward me. He shouted something, but the wind stole his words. I stumbled forward, my legs giving out just as he caught me. There's someone in the cabin, I choked out. The sheriff's grip tightened. He looked past me, toward the trees. Then he pulled me toward the truck. Get in. The engine roared to life. The sheriff grabbed the radio, his voice sharp and urgent. I slumped in the seat, shaking, my teeth chattering. We didn't go back to the cabin. Instead, the sheriff drove me to the station, where hot coffee and thick blankets waited. It wasn't until hours later, when the storm had calmed and backup had arrived, that they found the man. He was a squatter, they said, a drifter who'd been hiding in abandoned cabins all winter. He had a record burglary, assault. They found my keys still on the table, and on the floor beside the couch, a hunting knife, its blade gleaming in the firelight. I never went back for my car. I didn't need to. The old cabin wasn't much to look at, but it was everything I had. I'd found the place through an online listing for a cheap weekend getaway. A hidden gem in the woods, far enough from civilization to be quiet, but not so far as to be impossible to find. I needed a break, a real one, some time away from everything. The bustle of daily life, the noise, the people. It had all started to weigh on me. I had hoped the solitude would do me some good, allow me to unwind. When I pulled up the gravel drive, I saw the cabin through the trees, standing there like it had been for years, maybe even longer. It was a small structure, wooden and worn, with peeling paint on the walls. The roof had patches where the shingles were missing, and the porch steps creaked as I climbed them to unlock the door. The key had been hidden under a rock, just as the owner had said in the email. I twisted the knob and entered, feeling a strange sense of unease, despite telling myself there was nothing to worry about. The first thing I noticed was how still it was inside. The air was thick, stale. It smelled faintly of mildew and dust. The place looked like it hadn't been lived in for years, which I supposed was a given. It wasn't a luxurious resort, but I had expected it to be a bit cleaner. The living room was sparsely furnished with a couple of chairs, a small wooden table, and a fireplace, its hearth empty and cold. There was a small kitchen, too, with only the basics: a stove, a sink, a fridge that looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. A few cupboards were open, and inside I found a mix of old, chipped mugs, plates, and a few random utensils. The smell of old wood was overwhelming, as if the whole place had been sealed off from the world for too long. I dropped my bag by the door and started to explore. The cabin was small, no more than 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and the living area. Upstairs was a tiny loft that I could only imagine was meant for storage. The floorboards groaned under my feet, each step echoing in the stillness. I wasn't sure why, but I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me. It was supposed to be a getaway, a break, but something about the place, its emptiness, its silence, was unsettling. The bedroom had a bed with a faded quilt on it. The windows, which looked out into the thick woods surrounding the cabin, were covered in grime. There was no TV, no internet, no phone signal. Everything about it screamed isolation. I set my bag down on the bed and tried to shake off the unease creeping into my mind. It wasn't long before the silence started to feel heavier. The kind of silence that presses down on you, that makes you feel like you're being watched, even though you know there's no one there. I tried to push it aside, telling myself that I was just being paranoid. I'd spent time in the woods before, camping, hiking, even staying in cabins. There was nothing to fear. I spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking, trying to make the place feel more like home, but the discomfort never fully left. I lit the fireplace to chase away the chill in the air, and for a moment it was nice. The crackling of the fire was the only sound, the warmth slowly seeping into my bones. It was peaceful, almost comforting, and I began to relax. As night fell, I cooked some pasta on the stove and ate by the fire. The evening passed slowly, and by the time I was done, the darkness outside had become complete. The cabin, isolated as it was, felt even more so now. The shadows outside the windows seemed to stretch and twist in strange ways, and I couldn't help but notice how quiet the night was. No animals, no wind, just nothing. I tried to shake it off, but a knot of anxiety had formed in my stomach. I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was the unfamiliarity of the place, or maybe it was just that nagging sense of isolation. But something wasn't right. Later, as I settled into bed, I turned off the lights and tried to sleep. The bed creaked under my weight, and the darkness felt thick and oppressive. I closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. The longer I lay there, the more restless I became, shifting from side to side, my mind racing with every possible scenario. The shadows in the room seemed to move, and every little creak of the floorboards sounded like someone walking across the room. But there was no one there. Then there was a sound. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a faint noise, like something scraping against the side of the cabin. But it came again, louder this time, as if someone was outside. I held my breath, straining my ears, my heart pounding in my chest. The noise stopped. I waited, but it didn't return. The silence was back, heavier than before. I chalked it up to the wind. Maybe a branch had scraped against the wall. There was nothing out there, I told myself. I was being ridiculous. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I tried to fall asleep again, but I kept hearing noises. The sound of something moving outside, circling the cabin. The crack of branches breaking underfoot. The low, slow drag of something heavy across the ground. Every time I opened my eyes, the darkness was deeper. The shadows seemed to press closer. Finally, exhaustion took over, and I fell into a fitful sleep. But even in my dreams, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was wrong. The next morning, I woke up early, feeling groggy and disoriented. The sun had just risen, casting a pale light through the grimy windows. I made myself some coffee, hoping it would clear my head. I stood by the window, looking out at the trees. There was nothing to see but thick forest, stretching for miles in every direction. No sign of life. I had hoped the night would have been a bad dream, but the unease lingered. I decided to go outside and get some fresh air, hoping that being out in the open would help me shake the feeling of dread. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out onto the porch. The air was cold and crisp, and the forest was completely still. There was no wind, no animals, not a single sound except for the faint rustling of the leaves underfoot. I decided to take a walk through the woods. It wasn't a long trail, just a path that wound through the trees behind the cabin. I needed to clear my head, to feel connected to something real. The forest was dense, the trees thick and tall, their trunks gnarled and twisted. The path was narrow, and I had to keep my eyes on my feet to avoid tripping over roots or rocks. As I walked deeper into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The air felt thick, heavy, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath. I glanced over my shoulder a few times, half expecting to see something standing there, but there was nothing, just the quiet, the endless quiet of the woods. I walked for hours, trying to lose myself in the tranquility of nature, but it was no use. The sense of dread followed me, like a shadow I couldn't escape. Finally, I turned back, feeling more unsettled than when I had left. When I returned to the cabin, I went straight inside, hoping the familiarity of the place would calm me. But as I closed the door behind me, I noticed something strange. The air inside felt off, like the temperature had dropped suddenly. The dust in the corners of the room seemed to shift, like it was swirling around, as if disturbed by an unseen hand. I checked the locks on the door and the windows. Everything was secure. There was no sign of anything amiss, but the unease was growing, gnawing at me, whispering in the back of my mind. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the trees outside, made my heart race. I lay awake in the dark, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The silence was deafening. I thought I heard something whispering, but when I tried to listen, it was gone. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. The next morning, I decided to leave. I couldn't explain what had been happening, but the cabin had become unbearable. I packed up my things in a hurry, practically throwing my clothes into my bag. I wanted out. I had to get away from the place. As I turned to leave, I felt a strange compulsion to look back. And that's when I saw it. A figure standing in the window, just beyond the trees. It was only a shadow, but I knew it was there. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its gaze, cold and unblinking, locked onto me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, and then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. I didn't hesitate after that. I grabbed my bag, unlocked the door, and bolted for the car. I didn't look back as I drove away, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The further I got from the cabin, the lighter I felt, like a weight had been lifted from my chest. I didn't stop until I was miles away, and even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, that the woods were still out there watching. I never went back to that cabin. I never found out what it was that had been watching me, or why the place felt so wrong. I never looked for answers, and I never wanted to. Some things, I think, are better left alone. The road was barely visible under the thick blanket of snow. My tires crunched over the icy gravel, the sound sharp in the otherwise silent forest. The GPS had stopped working an hour ago, and now I was driving blind, hoping to find some sign of civilization before the storm got worse. The trees loomed tall on either side of the narrow road, their branches heavy with snow, bending under the weight like tired old men. I didn't want to be out here, but the job had demanded it, some last-minute delivery to a remote research outpost. The pay was good, too good to pass up. Now, as the snow thickened and the wind howled outside, I regretted every decision that led me here. The engine sputtered. My heart jumped. I pressed the gas, but the car only coughed in response before dying completely. The dashboard lights flickered, then went dark. Silence. I exhaled, watching my breath fog up the windshield. No cell service, no engine, just me and the endless white. I waited for a while, hoping another car might pass. None did. The cold crept in, biting at my fingers even through my gloves. I couldn't stay here. If I did, I'd freeze before morning. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with whatever supplies I had. A half-empty water bottle, a protein bar, a flashlight. The wind screamed as I stepped outside, the snow immediately swallowing my boots. I pulled my coat tighter and started walking. The road was useless now, disappearing under the snow. I followed what I thought was a path, my legs burning with each step. The trees seemed to watch me, their shadows stretching long in the fading light. Then I saw it, a cabin, small, wooden, half buried in snow. The roof sagged slightly, and the windows were dark. No smoke from the chimney, no signs of life, but it was shelter. I trudged toward it, my legs numb. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped up. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was stale and cold, but at least the wind couldn't reach me here. I flicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the dust-filled darkness. The cabin was small, one room with a wood stove, a table, and a cot in the corner. A few empty cans littered the floor. Someone had been here, but not for a long time. I dropped my bag and checked the stove. No wood inside, but there had to be some outside. I went back into the storm, my fingers stiff as I gathered broken branches and chunks of dry wood stacked against the side of the cabin. It took forever to get the fire going, my hands shaking as I struck match after match. Finally, the kindling caught, and the flames licked at the larger logs. I held my hands close, the heat barely enough to chase away the cold. Night fell fast. The wind howled against the walls, rattling the windows. I sat on the cot, wrapped in my coat, watching the fire. The shadows danced on the walls, twisting into shapes that made my skin crawl. Then I heard it, a scratch, like nails dragging against wood. I froze. The sound came again, slow, deliberate. From the door, my breath hitched. I grabbed the flashlight, pointing it at the entrance. The noise stopped. Silence. Then, thump. Something heavy pressed against the door. The wood groaned. I stood, my legs weak. The fire cast flickering light, but the corners of the cabin were swallowed in darkness. Another thump, harder this time. The door trembled in its frame. I backed up, my pulse roaring in my ears. There was no lock, no way to keep whatever was outside from getting in. The scratching returned, faster now, desperate. I looked around for a weapon. A rusted axe leaned against the wall near the stove. I snatched it up, gripping it tight. The door burst open. Snow and wind rushed in, extinguishing half the fire. The cold was instant, biting. But worse was the thing in the doorway. A man, tall, gaunt, his face hidden under a thick hood. His clothes were torn, his boots caked in ice. He didn't move, just stood there, staring. I tightened my grip on the axe. Get out. He didn't react. Then he stepped forward. I swung. The axe buried itself in his shoulder. He didn't scream, didn't even flinch. He just kept coming. I yanked the axe free, stumbling back. He lunged, his hands grabbing for me. I swung again. This time, the blade sank into his chest. He fell. Silence. I stood there, panting, the axe still in my hands. Blood spread across the floor, black in the dim light. I didn't know who he was, didn't know why he'd come, but he was dead now. The fire had almost gone out. I threw more wood into the stove, my hands shaking. The wind still screamed outside, but the door was closed again. I sat on the cot, watching the body, waiting for morning. When the sun finally rose, the storm had passed. The snow outside glowed under the pale light. I left the cabin, the cold air sharp in my lungs. I didn't look back. I walked until I found the road. Hours later, a snowplow rumbled by. The driver stopped, staring at me like I was a ghost. I got in. He didn't ask questions, and neither did I. I needed a break from everything. The kind of break where your phone doesn't work, no one knows exactly where you are, and you can wake up to the sound of wind and not traffic. So I booked a cabin up north, way past any town I'd been to before, deep in the woods. The rental site described it as off-grid, rustic, and secluded, which was exactly what I wanted. It had no Wi-Fi, no running water, just a wood stove, a small generator, and a hand pump for water. I packed food, firewood, and enough supplies for 2 weeks. I didn't plan on going anywhere once I got there. The drive was long. After 6 hours on highways, I had to turn onto a gravel road that wound through the forest for almost an hour. By the time I got to the cabin, my shoulders were tense, my back ached, and I had to pee like crazy. I got out of the truck and stretched. The air was cold and clean. I could smell pine and dirt. The cabin was smaller than it looked online. A simple square structure with a covered porch and a chimney poking out the roof. There were no neighbors, nothing man-made in sight, just trees. That's exactly what I wanted. I unloaded everything and got the wood stove going. The first night was peaceful. I drank a couple of beers and sat on the porch, staring into the dark trees until the cold got to me. Then I went inside and crashed hard on the cot with a thick sleeping bag. I woke up to light filtering in through the small window. It was quiet, not dead quiet. Birds chirped, branches swayed, but peaceful. I made coffee on the propane burner and ate a protein bar. I had no schedule, no plans. I walked a bit around the cabin, checked out the surroundings, and saw a game trail leading into the trees. I figured I might hike it later, maybe tomorrow. That first day I mostly rested, chopped wood, made a fire, and read. By the time the sun started going down, I felt more relaxed than I had in years. That night, I stayed up a little later. I had a small flashlight, but mostly I relied on the lantern. The dark out there was thicker than I expected. My eyes didn't adjust like they usually did in the city. It was like the trees swallowed the light. I sat on the porch again, sipping whiskey, wrapped in a blanket. I thought I heard movement in the woods, but it was probably animals, a raccoon or deer. I reminded myself I was the only human out here and that I was safe. That's what I told myself. I heard the sound again the next night, crunching leaves, a branch snapping. It was faint, but too deliberate for wind. I stood on the porch with the lantern held up. I couldn't see anything past the first row of trees. I stayed out there for a while, listening. Nothing. Eventually, I went inside and locked the door. The lock was a simple latch, nothing that would stop anyone who really wanted in, but it gave me some comfort. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I didn't see any tracks, just the usual scattering of leaves and needles. It might have been my imagination. The woods mess with your head if you're not used to them. You start hearing things, thinking you see something move in your periphery. I told myself that again and again. Still, I stayed closer to the cabin that day. By the fourth night, I wasn't sleeping well. I kept waking up to sounds. Not loud ones, subtle things, like someone stepping carefully, like someone who didn't want to be heard. I sat up in my cot more than once, holding the flashlight, heart pounding, waiting. I never saw anything, but it didn't feel like just paranoia. It felt like something was watching. The next day, I followed the game trail near the cabin to take my mind off things. I walked a mile or so before turning back. That's when I noticed something. Up in a tree, maybe 20 feet above the ground, was a small platform. It was made of old wood, weathered and gray, barely visible through the branches. I wouldn't have seen it if the light hadn't hit it just right. It didn't look new, but it didn't look abandoned either. It wasn't a deer stand. It had no rails, no ladder, just a platform wedged between branches. I stared at it for a while, uneasy. Who built it? Why? It was close enough to the cabin that whoever was up there could watch it through binoculars. Maybe that was what had been bothering me. Someone had been watching me from that tree. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I went back to the cabin and kept the lantern close that night. I didn't sleep much. 2 nights later, it got worse. I was up late, sitting by the stove, when I heard footsteps outside. Not animals, human, slow, deliberate. I turned off the lantern and waited. The footsteps stopped just outside the front door. Then nothing, not a sound. I held my breath for what felt like minutes. Finally, I crept to the window and peeked out. I couldn't see anyone. I stayed awake until dawn, holding the axe I used for chopping wood. That morning, I found footprints. They circled the cabin. They were clear in the wet dirt near the back. Barefoot, I stood there staring at them, the hair on my arms standing up. They weren't mine. They were longer, narrower. Someone had walked around the cabin with no shoes on. Who the hell does that? Especially in cold weather? I packed my gear that afternoon. I told myself I'd leave first thing in the morning. I wanted daylight for the drive out. I didn't want to get lost on those narrow roads in the dark. I locked the cabin early and sat with my back to the wall, listening. I didn't light the lantern. I didn't make a fire. I wanted to hear everything. Around midnight, I heard something scrape against the window, then a low thump, like someone jumping off the porch. I waited, barely breathing. There was a long pause. Then the door creaked. The latch held, but the sound of it bending under pressure made my stomach tighten. After a while, it stopped. I waited. Nothing. I finally dozed off from exhaustion near dawn. When I woke up, it was quiet. Too quiet. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside. The air was heavy. Still, I walked around the cabin and froze. There was a dead rabbit on the steps. His neck was broken. His body was clean, no blood, no torn flesh. Just dead. Placed there. A message. I didn't waste another second. I loaded the truck as fast as I could and got the hell out of there. I kept checking the rearview mirror the whole drive back, convinced I'd see someone step out into the road or follow me. But no one came. I didn't report it. I don't know what I'd even say. There was no crime, nothing stolen, just a feeling of being watched, hunted, like someone wanted me gone but didn't want to be seen. I still think about that platform in the tree, about those footprints, about the rabbit. None of it makes sense, but it all happened. Sometimes late at night, I think about going back. Not to stay, just to see if the platform is still there. To see if someone's living out there in the woods, hiding, watching. But I never do, because deep down, I know I wasn't alone in those woods, and I never want to find out who was out there with me. It started with a need to get away. I had taken time off work, 2 full weeks. I wasn't burnt out exactly, but I was restless. My apartment felt like a box that was slowly getting smaller, and everything in it reminded me of things I didn't want to think about. Deadlines, bills, old text messages I didn't want to read again. I wanted quiet, no traffic, no buzzing phones, just air and space and time. I found a listing for a cabin 3 hours north of where I lived. It was small, not fancy, and didn't have cell service or Wi-Fi. That was a plus, not a minus. The photos showed a faded wood exterior, a single small deck, and trees packed in close. Thick pine forest in every direction. It was remote, but not off-grid. There was electricity, running water, and a propane stove. It looked peaceful. I booked it for 12 days. I left early on a Sunday morning. The drive up was smooth. I passed fewer and fewer cars the farther I went. After about an hour and a half, the gas stations and fast food places gave way to long stretches of forest, open fields, and 2-lane roads that wound through hills and valleys. The directions the owner gave me were printed out, since GPS would drop out past a certain point. I followed them carefully, turned where I was told, and eventually ended up on a gravel road with no name. It was narrow and curved sharply, climbing up through pine trees so tall they swallowed the sunlight. I went slow. I didn't want to blow a tire or miss the driveway. When I finally saw the little wooden sign with the number on it nailed to a tree, I turned in and saw the cabin. It was exactly like the photos, small but sturdy. The wood was weathered, but the windows were clean, and the place looked well kept. There was no driveway, just a patch of dirt cleared in front. I parked my car there, got out and stood still for a minute. It was quiet in a way I hadn't felt in years. No sirens, no engines, no people. Just the wind in the trees and the crunch of dry needles under my shoes. I walked up the short path to the front door, unlocked it with the code the owner had emailed me, and stepped inside. The cabin was one open room. There was a bed in the back corner, a small couch near the window, and a tiny kitchenette with a fridge, stove, and a few cupboards. There was a wood-burning stove in one corner and a short hallway that led to a bathroom. Everything was simple, clean, and made of wood. It smelled like cedar and dust and the faint sweetness of old pine boards. I unpacked what I brought: some food, clothes, a book, a small toolkit, and a flashlight. I didn't bring much because I didn't need much. The fridge was already cold. I put my food inside, opened one of the windows to let the air in, and sat on the deck for a while. It was a big relief just being there. I hadn't realized how loud my life had gotten until it all went quiet. The first 2 days were calm. I spent time hiking the trails around the cabin. There weren't official paths, just old game trails that wound through the trees. I saw deer, birds, and squirrels. I found a stream about half a mile east and sat there for over an hour, watching the water crawl over rocks and branches. I cooked simple meals, read, and slept better than I had in months. The nights were cold but clear, and I could see more stars than I'd ever seen from my apartment window. On the third night, something changed. It was around 2 a.m. I had gone to bed early and was sleeping hard when I heard something. A thump. I woke fast, my body alert before my brain had caught up. I listened, holding my breath. Another thump, closer this time. It wasn't inside. It was something hitting the deck. I sat up and stared at the dark window beside the bed. I hadn't drawn the curtains. I could see shapes, movement in the blackness beyond the glass. I waited, listening. Another thump, and this time I could tell it was heavy, like a rock or a boot. I got out of bed, slowly, quietly. The only weapon I had was a small hatchet I'd brought to split kindling. I picked it up and crept toward the window. I didn't see anything at first, just trees and dark space between them. Then something moved, a shape just barely visible behind the tree line. It wasn't an animal. It was too tall, too still. I stayed there watching, heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move. After a minute, the shape shifted again, stepped back out of sight. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I kept the lights off and watched the windows, listening for any sound. In the morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found boot prints on the deck. Not mine. Mine were smaller and had a different tread. These were bigger, heavier. They came up the 3 steps, stopped near the window, and turned back. No sign of a vehicle, no broken branches, no trash or food left behind. I told myself it was probably a hunter, someone who wandered too far and saw the cabin lights. Maybe they just came up to look, got spooked, and left. But I couldn't shake the feeling that they hadn't just stumbled onto the cabin. They had walked up, stood there, and watched. I considered leaving. I even packed a bag. But then I told myself I was overreacting. People hike in these woods all the time. Maybe someone got turned around. That night, I locked the door and pulled the shades. I kept the hatchet next to the bed. Nothing happened.
No sounds.
No movement, just wind and cold. The next day was clear and bright. I hiked again, but I stayed closer to the cabin this time. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing in the trees. But there was no one. Later that afternoon, I went out to gather kindling. There was a stack of logs behind the cabin and a rusted metal bin for branches. I filled a bucket with small pieces and was about to head back inside when I saw something that made my stomach drop. A cigarette butt, fresh, still slightly warm when I touched it. It was lying just behind the corner of the cabin, near the edge of the trees. I hadn't smoked. No one had. I stood there, bucket in one hand, staring into the forest. I called out. Nothing, just wind in the branches. I dropped the bucket, went inside, and locked the door. The next morning, I found more boot prints, this time on the trail leading to the stream. They were in the mud, just a little fresher than mine, going the same direction I had gone the day before. That meant whoever it was had followed me, not just watched the cabin. They had tracked me through the woods. I didn't hike that day. I stayed inside. I kept checking the windows. I started noticing small things. Sticks moved from where I left them, little piles of pine cones on the deck, a rock set on the steps that hadn't been there before. Someone was trying to mess with me. That night, just past 1 a.m., I heard the thump again. I stayed down, crouched behind the edge of the couch, heart pounding. I didn't look out the window this time. I waited. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, on the deck. Then they stopped. I held the hatchet so tight my knuckles hurt. After maybe 2 minutes, the steps moved again, back down the stairs and then into the trees. I waited till sunrise before I moved again. When I stepped outside, I found a dead rabbit on the deck. His neck was broken. It was clean, no blood, no guts. Just a small, broken body laid out like some kind of gift. I threw up off the side of the steps. That was the moment I knew I had to leave. Whoever this was, they weren't just curious. They were playing with me. I packed everything. It took less than an hour. I slammed the trunk shut, locked the cabin out of instinct, and got in the car. I turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even try to turn over.
No clics, no stutter.
I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood. I'm not a mechanic, but even I could tell something was wrong. The battery cables had been cut. Clean. Deliberate. I stood there, staring at the clean slice of copper wire like it was a severed limb. I was stuck. The cabin had no phone line, no cell signal, no one for miles. Panic started to set in. I walked the road back toward the highway, but I knew it was at least 6 miles of twisting gravel, and even then, there was no guarantee I'd find help right away. I made it 3 miles before I saw the truck. It was parked on the side of the road, facing the way I came. Old gray with rust creeping up the wheel wells. The windows were tinted dark.
No plats.
Hadn't been there that morning. I turned around and walked back to the cabin as fast as I could without running. That night, I didn't sleep. I blocked the door with furniture. I kept the hatchet close. I didn't use the lights. I sat in the dark, listening. At 3:22 a.m., the motion sensor light above the deck turned on. I didn't move. I just listened. I heard nothing. It stayed on for 37 seconds. Then it clicked off. I stayed like that until the sun came up. The next day, I made a decision. I filled a backpack with water, food, and what little I needed. I dressed warm, laced my boots tight, and started walking down the road again, fast and steady. I carried the hatchet in one hand. I had never been the type of person to get scared easily, at least not by the usual things. But when I drove up that long, winding dirt road to the cabin, I felt the knot of unease in my stomach grow tighter with every mile. I tried to shake it off. It wasn't that I hadn't been to cabins before. I loved getting away from the noise and the rush of city life, but there was something about this place, something off about the whole situation. I had rented the cabin for the weekend, needing a break from everything. Work had been overwhelming, and my personal life wasn't much better. I thought a few days of isolation would help me clear my head. The cabin had been advertised as secluded, off the grid, and the perfect spot for someone wanting peace and quiet. I had found it on a remote listing site, and the price was right, too cheap to ignore. Now, as I approached the place, I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I should have been more cautious. The cabin sat in the middle of a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees that seemed to press in on all sides. I parked in the small gravel driveway and sat for a moment, staring at the structure. It wasn't a large cabin, just a small, 2-story wooden house with a front porch that sagged slightly. The wood was old, the kind that had turned gray with age and weather. The roof had patches of moss growing on it, and the windows were dark, giving it a hollow, abandoned look. I grabbed my bag from the trunk, checked the small map I had on my phone, and walked up to the front door. The key was supposed to be hidden in a small rock under the porch, and sure enough, it was exactly where the instructions had said it would be. As I turned the key in the lock, I felt another pang of hesitation in my chest, but I forced myself to ignore it. Inside, the cabin smelled musty, the kind of scent that comes with something left untouched for too long. The air was stale, and I couldn't help but notice the dust on the wooden floors and the cobwebs in the corners. But it was peaceful, and that's what I needed. I took a deep breath and started unpacking my things. There was no one around for miles, no neighbors, no lights, nothing. Just me and the trees. The interior of the cabin was rustic, but I liked it. A small wood-burning stove sat in the corner of the living room, and an old leather couch faced it. A couple of chairs were scattered around a wooden coffee table, and the kitchen was simple but functional. It was exactly what I had expected: cozy, quiet, and disconnected from the rest of the world. I spent the first evening settling in, lighting a fire in the stove to keep warm, and reading a book I had brought. The silence around me was comforting at first, but as the night deepened, I started to feel the weight of it. The kind of silence that wasn't peaceful, but oppressive. Every creak of the old house made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to shake off the feeling and went to bed early, hoping that some rest would help clear my mind. But sleep didn't come easily. The room was cold, colder than I had expected, and the wind outside made the trees groan against the walls. I kept tossing and turning, unable to get comfortable. Every so often, I'd hear a soft thump, like something moving in the house, but when I'd get up to check, there was nothing there. It was probably just the house settling, I told myself. Still, the noises kept coming, the occasional thump, the squeak of the floorboards. The next morning, I woke up to the soft light of dawn filtering through the cabin's small windows. I was tired, but I forced myself to get up. I had planned to take a hike that day to explore the woods around the cabin. The area was supposed to be beautiful according to the brochure. I had no real destination in mind, just a vague plan to walk and clear my head. I didn't want to sit around the cabin all day, especially after the restless night I had. I ate a quick breakfast and packed a small bag with water and a few snacks, then headed out the door. The forest surrounding the cabin was thick, the trees so close together that the sunlight barely touched the forest floor. The air smelled fresh and earthy, and for a while, I was able to lose myself in the quiet sounds of nature. Birds chirping, the wind rustling the leaves. The trail I was on seemed to disappear into the forest, winding and twisting as it climbed a gentle incline. I wasn't particularly worried about getting lost. I had hiked plenty before, and I was used to being out in nature. But the further I walked, the more I felt like I was straying from any known path. The trees seemed to close in around me, and the trail grew fainter and fainter until it was barely visible at all. I kept walking, assuming I'd find a clearing or a sign to guide me back, but there was nothing. The forest had become thick, impenetrable, and I began to feel that familiar knot of unease tightening again. It wasn't long before I realized I had no idea where I was. The trail had completely disappeared, and the trees around me looked the same in every direction. I stopped for a moment trying to calm myself, but the panic started to rise. I pulled out my phone to check the map, but there was no signal. Of course, there wouldn't be. I had known that when I decided to come out here. The cabin was off the grid, far from any cell towers. I was completely alone. I took a few deep breaths and tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked the same. The trees, the rocks, the ground, everything. For the first time, I started to feel genuinely afraid. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. I knew I needed to find my way back to the cabin before it got dark, but I had no idea which direction to go. I kept walking, hoping to stumble across some landmark or sign that would point me back. But the woods were silent now, too silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of my footsteps on the forest floor. It felt like the world had grown still, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting. After what felt like hours of wandering, I finally saw something up ahead, movement. At first, I thought it was an animal, but when I got closer, I saw that it was a figure, standing just off the trail. I froze, my heart racing. It was a man, maybe in his 30s, wearing a dirty jacket and jeans. His face was weathered, rough, but his eyes were empty, almost vacant. He didn't say anything, didn't move. He just stood there, staring at me. I stood still for a long moment, unsure of what to do. Something about the way he looked at me sent a chill through my bones. His presence felt wrong, out of place. I was about to turn and walk the other way when he spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "Lost, are you?" he asked, his tone more like a statement than a question. I nodded, my throat dry. "I think I'm lost," I said, barely able to speak. Without saying another word, he turned and started walking into the trees, disappearing into the underbrush. My first instinct was to follow, but something held me back. I didn't trust him, not for a second. Instead, I stood there, rooted to the spot, until the forest returned to its oppressive silence. I didn't know what to do. My options felt limited, but I knew I couldn't stay out here much longer. I had to find my way back to the cabin, or I would be out here in the dark, alone. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted something that gave me a glimmer of hope. A faint trail, barely visible but unmistakable. I followed it, my heart pounding in my chest, praying that it would lead me back to the cabin. The sun was nearly gone now, and the shadows of the trees stretched long and dark. Finally, after what seemed like hours of walking, I saw the familiar outline of the cabin ahead. I rushed toward it, relieved to be back. As I reached the door, I looked over my shoulder one last time. The forest behind me was as silent as ever, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the trees. I locked the door behind me and sat down on the couch, too exhausted to do anything else. The fire in the stove crackled softly, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had settled deep in my chest. The man I had seen in the woods, was he real? Or had it all been some hallucination, a trick of my tired mind? Either way, I was back in the cabin, safe for the moment. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fire, staring into the flames. I didn't sleep again, not really. I just sat there, waiting for morning to come, knowing that I had been far too close to something that could have been much worse. The forest outside was still, but I knew better than to trust it. I had survived the night, but I wasn't sure if I would be so lucky next time. When dawn finally came, the woods were just as quiet as they had been the day before. I didn't wait around. I packed up my things and left. I never came back to that cabin. I had been working in the city for 12 years straight without a real break. Long hours, noisy streets, late nights staring at screens. I was burned out. I started thinking about getting away for a while. I didn't want to go somewhere crowded or flashy. I just wanted quiet, somewhere I could breathe, sleep in, walk in the woods without bumping into anyone. I found a listing online for a small cabin in the northern part of the state. It was far off the highway, almost 2 miles up an old dirt road surrounded by dense forest. The pictures showed a simple one-room cabin, built from rough timber, with a front porch, wood stove, and a tiny kitchen. There was no Wi-Fi. Cell service was patchy. No neighbors nearby, just trees and hills. It looked perfect. I booked it for 3 weeks in early fall, hoping to catch the leaves changing. I drove up there on a Thursday morning. The last town I passed through was barely more than a gas station and a diner. After that, it was just trees and winding roads. The GPS got confused near the end, and I had to go slow, looking for the narrow turnoff. I found it eventually, an unmarked gravel road with 2 ruts from truck tires. I followed it for a while, branches brushing the sides of my car. I stopped twice to move fallen limbs. Finally, the trees opened up a little, and the cabin came into view. It looked like the pictures, simple, weathered, quiet. There was a short path leading to a small lake, the water still and dark. No boats,
No ducks.
just rocks, trees, and water. I unloaded my stuff and locked the car. There was no one else around, just birds and the wind in the leaves. Inside, it was cleaner than I expected. There was a cot with a thin mattress, a wooden table with 2 chairs, some shelves with canned food and old books. The kitchen had a small propane stove and a sink connected to a big water tank outside.
No free.
No oven. There was a compost toilet in a little shed behind the cabin. It all smelled like wood and damp earth. I liked it. For the first few days, I did nothing. I sat on the porch in the mornings with coffee, watching the mist rise off the lake. I walked the trails around the cabin, following deer tracks and listening to the wind. I read books. I cooked simple meals. I felt myself relaxing in a way I hadn't in years. By the 4th night, something started to feel a little off. It wasn't anything big, just small things I started to notice. Like, one morning I found the front door slightly open. I was sure I had latched it. The next day, A small pile of pebbles was stacked on the porch steps. I thought maybe an animal had knocked the door open. Maybe the wind did it. Maybe the rocks had always been there and I didn't notice. I brushed it off. But then, things got weirder. One night, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, careful steps just beyond the porch. I sat up in bed and listened, holding my breath. I thought it might be a deer, but it didn't move like a deer. It stopped and started again, like it was trying not to be heard. Then it went quiet. I waited a long time before I fell back asleep. In the morning, I looked around. Nothing. No prints, no broken branches, nothing out of place. A few days later, I came back from a walk and found the cabin door wide open. I was sure I had locked it. I stood there for a minute, staring at it. The door creaked in the wind. Inside, everything looked the same. I checked my bags. Nothing was missing, but I felt something in the air, like the silence had changed, like the woods were watching. I stopped going on long hikes after that. I stayed near the cabin. I kept the hatchet with me even inside. I checked the lock on the door 5 times every night. I moved the table in front of it. I started waking up at every sound. Cracks in the woods. The wind. One night, I heard something scrape the side of the cabin. Slow and rough, like wood on wood. I didn't sleep at all after that. A week in, I found something in the woods behind the cabin. It was early morning, just after sunrise. I was gathering kindling when I saw something shiny behind a tree. I walked over and found a camera. A small digital one, half buried in leaves. I picked it up. It was scratched and dirty, but still worked. I turned it on. It had a few photos on it, mostly trees, rocks, shots of the lake. But the last photo was different. It showed the cabin, taken from a distance. And in the bottom right corner, barely in the frame, was a person. Only part of them, a shoulder, arm, part of a face. They were wearing dark clothes. The photo was time-stamped just 2 weeks before I arrived. I stood there for a long time, staring at the screen. Then I shut it off and stuffed the camera in my pocket. I kept glancing around on the way back to the cabin. Every shadow looked like a person. I started locking myself inside during the day too. I kept the stove off so no one would see smoke. I moved a small mirror outside near the edge of the woods so I could watch the trail behind me without leaving the porch. That afternoon, I found more things. A broken flashlight behind the outhouse. A crumpled food wrapper wedged in the roots of a tree. And on the side of the cabin, deep in the wood, were fresh scratch marks. 4 of them, like someone had dragged a nail or knife across the logs. I hadn't seen those before. I stopped sleeping. I started keeping watch. I sat on the cot with the hatchet in my lap, staring at the door. I listened all night. Sometimes I thought I heard breathing outside. Once, I thought I saw something move past the window, just a shape, gone before I could turn fully. 2 days before I was supposed to leave, I saw someone. It was just after sunset. I was standing near the lake, trying to clear my head. The sky was orange and purple, the water dark and still. I turned to go back, and there he was, standing between 2 trees, about 50 feet away, just standing. Wearing a dark jacket, jeans, hood up. I froze. He didn't move. I stared for maybe 10 seconds, heart slamming in my chest. Then I turned and walked fast toward the cabin. I didn't look back. I bolted the door, moved the table, sat in the dark with the hatchet ready. He didn't knock. He didn't try the door. But I knew he was still out there, watching. The next morning, I decided to leave. My booking wasn't up yet, but I didn't care. I packed everything in 20 minutes and rushed to the car. I started driving down the dirt road, checking the mirror constantly. About a quarter mile down, I saw tire tracks in the mud that weren't mine. Fresh ones. They came in from the other direction and stopped just past a bend, where the trees got thick again. I passed the spot slowly. No cars, no people, just the tracks. I drove the rest of the way with one hand on the wheel, one hand on the hatchet. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I didn't sleep that night or the next one. I kept seeing the man between the trees, still, watching. Back home, I tried to forget it. I went back to work. I saw friends, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I checked my locks constantly. I blocked the windows. I woke up to nothing sounds. I started keeping the hatchet under the bed. About a month later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a small envelope with no note, just a photo. Picture of my cabin from behind the trees, taken at night, and in the window, lit by a single lantern, was me, sitting at the table. That was the last time I ever went into the woods. I decided to take some time off from work and the stress of city life. With the constant noise, the crowded streets, and the relentless pace, I was drained. So when I found an isolated cabin deep in the woods, it seemed like the perfect retreat. The listing promised peace, quiet, and a break from technology. No Wi-Fi, no distractions, just a cozy cabin surrounded by nature. It was exactly what I needed. I arrived late in the afternoon. The drive to the cabin was long, winding, and incredibly remote. The trees on either side of the road grew thicker as I neared my destination, and the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch forever. The air smelled different out here, clean, earthy, and full of the sense of pine and wet soil. The quiet was almost suffocating, a stark contrast to the hum of the city. When I finally saw the cabin, I had to admit, it was beautiful. It was small but sturdy, made of weathered logs that had aged well, sitting right at the edge of a small clearing. The porch had an old rocking chair, and a single window flickered with the last of the sunlight. Everything looked calm, serene, almost like a scene from an old postcard. I unloaded my car, carried my bags up to the front door, and unlocked it with the key I had been given. The door creaked as it opened, and a musty smell filled the air. A mixture of wood, dust, and something faintly metallic. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight as I moved through the darkened room. The interior was basic but charming. There was a stone fireplace, a large window that framed the view of the trees, and a cozy sofa with a few blankets draped over it. A small kitchen was tucked in one corner, complete with a vintage stove and a sink. It felt like a place frozen in time, untouched by the modern world. After settling in and unpacking, I decided to explore the area a little. The cabin was surrounded by dense forest on all sides. The trees were tall and closely packed, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The air had a crispness to it, and the ground beneath my boots was soft, cushioned by fallen pine needles. I walked for a while, not bothering with a particular trail, just letting my feet guide me through the underbrush. There was something deeply calming about being out there, alone with nothing but the sound of birds, wind, and the occasional rustle of leaves. I found a small creek further into the woods. The water was clear, running swiftly over rocks, and the air around it felt cooler, fresher. I spent some time sitting by the creek, listening to the gentle babbling of the water, feeling the coolness seep into my skin. It was peaceful, a kind of peace that I hadn't realized I needed so desperately. As the day turned into night, I headed back to the cabin. The sky was pitch black by then, and the only light came from the stars above and the faint glow from the cabin's window. Inside, I stoked the fire, making the room warmer and brighter. I cooked a simple meal for myself, nothing fancy, just some pasta and a can of vegetables. But it felt good, almost comforting, to eat in that quiet space. After dinner, I sat by the fire with a book, but the silence around me started to feel a little too heavy. It was the kind of silence that presses on your chest, making you feel like you're being watched. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed, even though I knew I was alone. The occasional crackle of the fire seemed too loud in the otherwise still air. I tried to push the feeling aside, blaming it on the isolation and the unfamiliar surroundings. It was nothing, I told myself, just nerves. But the unease didn't fade. It grew slowly but steadily. Around midnight, I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, branches scraping against the cabin, or an animal rustling in the underbrush. But then I heard a distinct sound, a slow, deliberate scraping against the side of the cabin. It was low, almost imperceptible, but there. I froze, listening. My heart began to pound in my chest, my throat tightening as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. It didn't sound like an animal, not in the way animals usually make noise. It was too rhythmic, too purposeful. The noise continued for a few more minutes before it abruptly stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was the kind of silence that fills your ears with a high-pitched ringing, like your own heartbeat had become the loudest sound in the world. I stood up slowly, moving to the window to peer outside. The darkness outside seemed endless, the trees standing tall and still, not a movement in sight. I couldn't see anything, but that didn't mean there was nothing out there. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, my breath visible in the cold night air. The woods were quiet, too quiet. I walked around the cabin, shining the flashlight on the ground, on the trees, looking for any sign of what had made the noise. There was nothing, no tracks, no signs of movement, just the usual rustling of leaves in the wind. My skin crawled as I walked around the perimeter, feeling exposed, vulnerable. When I finally returned inside, I locked the door and pulled the curtains shut, trying to shake the unease that had settled into my bones. I had no reason to believe there was anything out there, but I couldn't stop the fear creeping up on me. The night seemed to stretch on forever. The next morning, I woke up early, the rising sun casting long shadows across the room. The air inside the cabin was still cool, but the fire had gone out overnight. I felt a bit foolish, but the feeling of being watched was still lingering in my mind. I decided to shake it off and go for a longer hike to clear my head. The day was clear, the sky wide and blue, and the woods felt completely different in the daylight. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was almost peaceful again. As I walked deeper into the forest, I couldn't help but notice how quiet it was. No birds, no animals, just the occasional rustle of wind in the trees. By mid-afternoon, I found myself standing at the edge of a steep drop-off. The forest below looked like a sea of green, stretching on forever. It was breathtaking, but there was something unsettling about the vastness of it all. I was so far out here, so alone, and the isolation was beginning to feel oppressive. I decided to head back to the cabin, hoping that getting out of the woods would calm my nerves. But as I made my way back through the trees, I saw movement in the distance. At first, I thought it was just another animal, but when I looked again, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching me. The figure was tall, dressed in dark clothing, and completely still. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I thought I was imagining it, but when I blinked, the figure was still there. I couldn't see their face, just the outline of their body against the trees. They didn't move. They just stood there watching. Panic gripped me. I turned and ran back to the cabin, not stopping until I was inside, door locked, curtains drawn. I didn't know who or what that person was, but the feeling of being watched returned, more intense than ever. I wasn't alone in these woods anymore. The rest of the day passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling. When night fell, I made sure every window and door was locked. I stayed by the fire, the light flickering in the dark room, trying to focus on the warmth, the normalcy of the crackling flames. I spent the rest of my time there looking over my shoulder, always aware of the trees pressing in around the cabin. The figure I saw never appeared again, but I couldn't escape the feeling that something was out there, waiting. Eventually, I packed my things and left, not even finishing my stay. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the trees, watching me leave. But there was nothing, just the woods stretching endlessly behind me. The silence was the only answer. I needed a break. That was the only reason I said yes to my cousin's offer. He told me about this old hunting cabin up in Sandstone Ridge, deep in the hills of southern Oregon, near the border of California. The place had been in his family for years, but no one had used it in at least a decade. He wasn't going himself, just said he could give me the key and a few directions, told me it would be quiet and isolated. Exactly what I was looking for. I was burnt out. I'd been working long hours on a construction crew up in Portland, pulling overtime whenever I could, stacking cash, but my body was starting to fall apart and my mind wasn't far behind. My nerves were shot. I had started jumping at the sound of slamming car doors. I had trouble sleeping unless I was completely wiped. My boss even told me to take a few weeks and come back when I could focus. That's when I remembered my cousin's offer. I packed the truck with what I thought I'd need. A cooler full of food, a couple jugs of water, a propane stove, some extra clothes, batteries, 2 flashlights, a small toolbox, and my .308 rifle just in case some animals got too curious. I brought a bunch of books and a small solar charger for my phone, although I wasn't expecting much of a signal out there. It was supposed to be remote. The drive took nearly 8 hours. I stopped in the last town, a place called Clay Hill, to fill up the tank and grab a few more supplies. It was barely a town, just a gas station, a diner, and a small grocery store with faded signage and windows so dusty you couldn't see inside. I asked the guy at the counter if he knew Sandstone Ridge. He just shrugged and rang me up. That didn't help, but I followed my cousin's printed directions and turned off the highway onto a narrow dirt road that climbed into the hills. The first few miles weren't bad. Trees lined the path on both sides, and every now and then I'd see deer darting through the underbrush. But the farther I drove, the worse the road got. It was narrow and rutted, with sharp turns and steep drop-offs. The truck suspension groaned, and I had to slow to a crawl in places where the dirt had washed away completely. I didn't see a single house, mailbox, or tire track. After nearly an hour, I reached a split in the trail where a bent metal sign pointed toward Old Ridge Road. I took the left fork as instructed. The cabin appeared about 10 minutes later, tucked into a clearing that was barely visible from the road. I almost missed the turnoff because the trees had grown in thick around it. I backed up, turned in, and drove slowly through a narrow path that opened up into a wide flat space with the cabin sitting dead center. The place looked abandoned. The roof was intact, but the wood siding was gray and worn, and the porch steps sagged slightly in the middle. A rusted propane tank sat near the edge of the woods, half covered in leaves and moss. The clearing was silent, not a bird in the air. I parked the truck and stepped out. The silence hit me right away. No highway hum, no neighbors, not even wind. Just the dry creak of trees swaying and the occasional snap of a twig in the woods. I stood still, taking it in. Felt peaceful, but also a little off, like the place was waiting for something. I unlocked the door with the key my cousin gave me. Stuck at first, but after jiggling it a bit, it turned. The inside was dusty and stale, but not as bad as I expected. The cabin was one big room with a stone fireplace, a sagging couch, a table with 2 mismatched chairs, and a cot in the corner. There were a few old hunting trophies on the walls: deer antlers, a bear skull, some faded photos of men with rifles posing beside animals. A small window on each side let in weak afternoon light. There was no power, no running water, but I'd known that going in. I unloaded my gear and set up a little station by the table. I lit a propane lantern and cracked the window to let the dust clear. The air outside was crisp and smelled like pine and damp earth. I made a sandwich and ate it on the porch, watching the trees sway as the sun started to dip behind the ridge. That first night was quiet. I read until my eyes hurt, then crawled into the cot with my sleeping bag and left the lantern burning low. The wind picked up after midnight, and the trees groaned like old doors. I thought I heard movement outside, but figured it was just a deer or raccoon. I had my rifle within arm's reach. Took me a while, but I finally drifted off. The next day, I explored the area. Behind the cabin, the land sloped down into a thick ravine filled with ferns and moss-covered rocks. I followed an old trail that led deeper into the woods, but it eventually faded into nothing. I marked a tree with my knife so I wouldn't get lost and headed back. I saw no signs of people, no footprints, no trash, no old campsites. It was as if no one had stepped foot here in years. That night, I woke up suddenly around 3 a.m. I wasn't sure why at first. I hadn't heard anything, but my eyes popped open like something had pulled me from sleep. The lantern had burned out, and the room was pitch black. I stayed still, listening. Then I heard it, something outside. A low, rhythmic crunching, like footsteps on gravel. Not fast, but steady. A few steps, then silence. Then a few more. They circled the cabin once. I was sure of it. Then nothing. I stayed frozen in the cot, one hand on the rifle. My heart thudded against my ribs. After what felt like forever, I got up and looked out the window, but saw nothing. The trees swayed like before. I didn't sleep again until dawn. I told myself it was just an animal, probably a bear, maybe a cougar, but something about the pacing didn't feel right. It wasn't random. It moved with intent. Still, I didn't pack up. I told myself I was overreacting. The point of this trip was to get out of my head, not make up stories in the dark. Over the next 2 days, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some wood, cleaned up inside, made small repairs. I kept the rifle loaded and leaned it by the door. Nothing happened during the day, but the nights, they were worse. On the third night, I heard the steps again, just after 2 a.m., same pattern. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. This time, they stopped by the back window. I could hear breathing, heavy, close, then a soft tap like a finger against glass. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, barely breathing. Eventually, the sounds faded. When I checked in the morning, I found smudges on the outside of the glass. Not fingerprints exactly, but oily marks like someone had leaned in close. That day, I searched the woods around the cabin. I walked in widening circles, looking for tracks. Anything. I found none. The ground was too dry. I kept feeling like I was being watched, like something was just out of view behind the trees. I didn't like turning my back to the woods. I started to carry the rifle everywhere, even just to pee behind a tree. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at the table with the rifle across my lap and a lantern burning bright. I thought about driving out first thing in the morning, but a part of me wanted to see it, to know what I was dealing with. Around 2:30, I heard it again. Footsteps, this time faster, more erratic. I killed the lantern and moved to the window. I saw movement, just a flash, something slipping between the trees. Not an animal. Too tall, too fast. I stayed up until dawn again, then stepped outside as the sun came up. I scanned the tree-line. Something had changed. A piece of rope was tied to one of the trees. It wasn't there before. It was thin, maybe twine, wrapped around the trunk twice and knotted with a small length hanging down. Like a marker. I cut it down and brought it inside. I had to make a decision. Stay another night and risk losing my mind, or leave while I could. But something in me snapped. I wanted to catch whoever it was. I wanted proof. I set up a trap. Not a real one, but I tied a few fishing lines to tin cans and stretched them between the trees around the clearing. Nothing fancy, just enough to make noise if someone walked through. I kept the lantern lit and stayed up again. Around 3:10 a.m., the cans rattled. Then a snap like someone had tripped the line. I rushed to the window. A figure darted across the clearing. Human, no doubt, wearing dark clothes. I threw open the door and shouted, but the figure vanished into the trees. I didn't fire the rifle. I wasn't sure I had the right. In the morning, I checked the woods. I found more twine. 5 different trees, each marked with it. I took them all down, but that was it.
No footprints. No gear.
Nothing. That was enough. I packed up, loaded the truck, and left that afternoon. The whole way down the mountain, I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see a figure on the road. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I called my cousin when I got back to Portland and told him what happened. He just laughed nervously and said that cabin always gave him the creeps. I didn't find it funny. A few days later, I looked up the area on a deeper search, found an old news report from 2009. A man had gone missing in those woods, never found. Before that, in the late 90s, a family had been found dead in a cabin not far from mine. Officially ruled an accident, carbon monoxide from a The first time I saw the cabin, I didn't think much of it. It was a weekend getaway, a last-minute decision. Work had been stressing me out, and I needed a break. A friend of a friend mentioned a cabin up in the mountains. Isolated, quiet, perfect for escaping everything. I didn't ask many questions, just packed up my things and made the drive. The cabin was more rustic than I expected. built from rough-hewn timber, with a steep roof that sloped down like the kind of houses you'd see in old books. The porch had a couple of rocking chairs, and the air smelled like pine. It was nice, but it felt lonely, the kind of loneliness that sits in the back of your mind, pressing on you, even when no one is around. When I arrived, the sun was setting. The sky was starting to turn a deep orange and purple. There wasn't much noise, except the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. The place looked like something out of a postcard, quiet, peaceful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I just shrugged it off as nerves. I unlocked the front door with the key they left for me and stepped inside. It was small but cozy. A big stone fireplace took up most of one wall, with a woodpile stacked neatly next to it. There were a couple of couches, a kitchen area, and a small dining table. Everything was made of wood, floor, ceiling, walls. There were some old paintings on the walls, faded with time. They looked like they belonged in some forgotten era, not in a cabin like this. I dropped my bags on the floor, kicked off my shoes, and sat on the couch. For the first time in weeks, I felt my shoulders loosen, the tension starting to fade. I was alone, and that was exactly what I needed. There was no one to answer to, no one to be around. Just the wind, the trees, and me. The first few hours were calm. I made dinner, ate slowly, and watched the flames in the fireplace flicker. It was peaceful, but every so often, I'd hear a sound. A creak from somewhere in the house, a twig snap outside, and I'd look around, a little jumpy. There wasn't anything unusual about the sounds. It was just the house settling, or an animal walking by. But still, something nagged at me, something in the back of my mind that I couldn't place. Around midnight, I decided to go to bed. The bed was made of thick wood, the frame sturdy. The mattress was firm, but comfortable enough. I tucked myself in, shut off the lights, and closed my eyes. The silence was complete. No traffic, no voices, no noise. Just the wind outside and the occasional snap of a branch breaking under the weight of a deer or something else moving through the forest. But I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with thoughts. I kept hearing little noises that made no sense. It was like the house was alive, breathing. There were creaks in the floorboards, and I couldn't help but imagine someone walking around, just out of sight. It was ridiculous. There was no one else in the cabin, but the thought kept creeping in. Then I heard something else, a sound I couldn't explain, a light tapping like someone knocking on the door. It was faint at first, just a whisper of noise. I held my breath, straining to listen. Came again, a soft tap, tap, tap. I froze. I wasn't sure how long I lay there, trying to convince myself that it was just the wind or something else. But then the tapping came again, louder this time. It wasn't like the sound of rain hitting the cabin or an animal scratching at the wood. This was deliberate, rhythmic. I couldn't just ignore it. Slowly, I got out of bed, my feet cold on the wooden floor. I crept to the window and peeked through the blinds. The moonlight bathed the front yard in an eerie, pale light. There was no one there, no person, no figure standing outside, just the dark trees surrounding the cabin. I didn't know what to think. The tapping had stopped, but the unease stayed with me. I felt it in the pit of my stomach. Something wasn't right, but I didn't want to be paranoid. I told myself to go back to bed and get some sleep. I was imagining things, but I couldn't. The tapping had stopped, but I kept hearing noises, whispers, like voices. They were faint, barely audible, and I couldn't make out any words. They seemed to come from somewhere beneath the floor, from deep in the earth, from the walls. I turned on the light and looked around, my heart racing. There was nothing there, but the feeling of being watched lingered. By the time morning came, I was exhausted. I hadn't slept a wink, and I felt like a shell of myself. But the sun was up now, and with it, the sounds of the forest, birds chirping, wind rustling the leaves. It felt like a new day, and the weird feelings from the night before began to fade. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and watched the sunrise. The mountain air was fresh and crisp. I breathed deeply, trying to shake off the unease. Maybe it had just been a bad night, a product of too much stress. I was alone in the middle of nowhere, Of course, my mind would play tricks on me. The day passed without incident. I went for a hike in the woods, explored the nearby stream, and enjoyed the solitude. But as the sun began to set again, I started to feel that creeping sensation once more, that feeling of being watched. I didn't want to go back to the cabin, but eventually I did. And when I stepped inside, something felt different. The air was heavier, thicker. The house seemed colder than it had been in the morning. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. The tapping had started again, only this time it was coming from inside the walls. Tap, tap, tap. My skin crawled. I grabbed a flashlight and walked through the house, checking every corner, every room. There was no one there, but the sound didn't stop. It continued, echoing through the walls like a heartbeat. I didn't know what to think anymore. My mind raced, and I tried to convince myself that it was just the old house settling, the pipes making noise, something logical. But the tapping wouldn't stop. It seemed to grow louder as I moved through the house. I went into the attic, shining the flashlight around. Dust filled the air, but nothing was there. The noise was driving me mad. By now, I couldn't ignore it. I grabbed a hammer from the toolbox and started prying at the walls. I had to know what was causing the sound. The wood splintered with each strike, and as I peeled back the layers, my heart stopped. There was something behind the wall, a small wooden compartment. I pulled it out and opened it, my hands trembling. Inside was an old journal, worn with age. I flipped it open, my eyes scanning the pages. It was filled with scribbles, mostly incomprehensible. But there was one part that stood out. A single sentence written over and over again in different sections. Asterisk, they're watching. Always watching. Asterisk. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone in the cabin. I wasn't sure what to do. The air felt thick, suffocating, and the tapping had stopped. I felt like I was suffocating under the weight of something unseen. I grabbed my bag, threw everything together, and bolted out the door. I didn't even stop to look back. I didn't drive straight home. I pulled over at a small gas station a few miles down the road. I sat in the car, shaking, my mind spinning. I knew I couldn't go back to that cabin, not after what I'd found. Something wasn't right there. Something that had been there long before I arrived. The man at the gas station must have seen the panic in my eyes. He told me that the cabin was old, that people had lived there and disappeared without a trace years ago, that the place had a reputation but no one really talked about it. I didn't need to hear more. I just drove. I didn't stop until I reached home, and I haven't been back to that cabin since. It sits there in the woods waiting, but I've moved on. I don't need to know what's inside or why that tapping started. I've learned that some things are better left alone, some places better left untouched. The cabin still haunts me in a way, but I'm safe now. I'm far away from it, and that's enough. I had never been one for taking time off. Between my job as an architect and the constant pressures of deadlines, vacations seemed like a luxury I couldn't afford. But after months of non-stop work, my body was starting to feel the strain. So I made a decision. I rented a small, isolated cabin up in the mountains for a week. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no distractions. Just me and nature. I figured it would be the perfect way to recharge. I arrived at the cabin just before sunset. The drive up had been a winding mess of dirt roads, tall trees, and overgrown underbrush. When I finally pulled up, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. I mean, no birds, no insects, not a single rustling leaf. Just silence. Felt heavy, almost like the world had decided to press pause. The cabin itself was older, probably built in the 70s, with peeling paint and a sagging roof. Still, it was cozy enough, and I'd been assured it was fully equipped. There was a small porch, a rusted old rocking chair on one side, and a fire pit in the front yard. The air smelled fresh, cold, and slightly earthy, like pine and wet stone. I could tell the place hadn't been lived in for a while, but there was a welcoming feel to it. I grabbed my bag, went inside, and took in the interior. The place was tiny, just a living room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and one bedroom. The furniture was simple and old, but comfortable enough. There were bookshelves stacked with old, yellowed books and a few framed photos of people I didn't recognize hanging on the walls. The place had an odd charm, but I wasn't here to admire the decor. I was here to disconnect, to get away from everything. The first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal, some pasta and canned vegetables, and ate by the fire. Afterward, I read a book for a while, trying to unwind. By the time I went to bed, the temperature had dropped significantly, and the wind outside was picking up. It howled through the trees, making the house creak and groan. Still, it wasn't unpleasant. Just the kind of sound that made you feel more alone, more isolated. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every now and then, I'd hear a small thud or a scrape from somewhere outside. At first, I dismissed it as nothing. Maybe a branch falling from a tree or an animal moving through the underbrush. But then it happened again, clearer this time. It sounded like something, or someone, was walking around the cabin. I lay there for a while, trying to convince myself that it was just the wind or an animal. But the noise didn't stop. It went on for hours, circling the cabin, moving slowly, deliberately. I kept my eyes on the window next to my bed, half expecting to see a figure silhouetted against the glass. But there was nothing, just darkness and the rustling wind. Eventually, I drifted off, but when I woke the next morning, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. The prints were large, too big to belong to an animal, and they circled the entire cabin, as if someone had been walking around all night, just out of view. I stepped outside to take a closer look, but the prints led into the woods, fading quickly into the underbrush. Whoever had made them had been careful, but I wasn't sure what to think. It didn't feel right. Maybe someone had been hiking nearby, maybe someone had gotten lost. But it wasn't until later that I started to wonder if I was really alone. The day passed slowly. I spent most of it outside, hiking around the area, trying to get my mind off the strange events of the night before. The landscape was breathtaking, mountains stretching far into the distance, the forest dense and dark. It was easy to forget the unease I felt earlier, but as the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig seemed louder, more deliberate. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing just out of sight. As the sun began to set, I made my way back to the cabin. The shadows stretched long across the ground, and the temperature dropped quickly. Inside, I started a fire in the fireplace, trying to shake the feeling of discomfort that had settled over me. I made myself dinner again, something simple, but the whole time I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints. What if someone had been here? What if they were still here? That night, the noises returned. This time, I was more alert. The scratching sounds, the quiet thuds, they came again, closer, sharper. I sat up in bed, listening intently, my heart racing. There was definitely someone out there, I thought. But who? And why hadn't I heard a car or any engine noise? How had they gotten here without me noticing? The wind was still strong, but the noises cut through it, too clear to be dismissed as anything natural. Then, for a moment, it stopped. Dead quiet. No wind, no sounds from the forest. Just silence. I waited, holding my breath, straining to hear. The quiet felt wrong, unnatural. Then, just as I was about to lie back down, I heard it. A sharp knock on the door. My blood ran cold. I knew it wasn't the wind or an animal. Someone was out there. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I couldn't bring myself to go check the door. What if it was someone trying to lure me out? What if they wanted to hurt me? My mind raced with possibilities. I thought about the footprints, the noises, everything. It all added up to one thing. I wasn't alone. The knock came again, harder this time, followed by a slow, deliberate dragging sound, like someone was walking with a limp. My hand went to the flashlight next to the bed. I could see the light through the thin fabric of the curtains, but I didn't dare move. Another knock, then another. They were insistent, but there was no way I was answering that door. Not after everything that had happened. I lay in bed, barely able to keep my eyes open, the weight of fear pressing down on me. The noises stopped eventually, but sleep didn't come. The hours stretched on, and I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound, any movement, but nothing came. The next morning, I checked the door. No signs of anyone having been there, no footprints, no disturbances in the dirt. It was as if the whole thing had been a dream, but I knew better. I could feel it. Something was wrong. I was being watched. I spent the rest of the day pacing inside the cabin, trying to figure out what to do. I couldn't stay here another night, not with the uncertainty creeping under my skin. The night before had felt too real, too close. I packed my things, deciding to leave early. There was no way I could spend another night in this place. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something strange. A small, weathered piece of paper stuck to the door frame, barely visible unless you looked closely. It was a note, hastily written in smudged ink. Asterisk, you shouldn't have come here. Asterisk. I froze. The blood drained from my face. There was no way someone had left that note yesterday. I would have seen it. Wouldn't I have? I backed away from the door, my mind racing. Whoever had left that note, whoever had been circling the cabin, was still out there. And they knew I was leaving. I couldn't stay here. I grabbed my things and sprinted to the car. The air felt suffocating as I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. As the engine roared to life, I sped down the dirt road, not looking back. As I drove, I could feel the tension start to release. The cabin, the footprints, the knocks. They all seemed like distant memories now, faded by distance and time. But the note still lingered in my mind. You shouldn't have come here. Was it a warning? A threat? By the time I reached the main road, I was shaking with adrenaline, but also with something else. Relief. The mountains, the cabin, the eerie presence. It was all behind me. I never did go back to that cabin. I don't know who left the note or who had been out there watching me, but I'm glad I got out when I did. Sometimes I wonder if it was just a bad feeling, something in the air that made my imagination run wild. But deep down, I know I wasn't imagining it. The fear, the unease, it was real, and I got away before it was too late. I rented the cabin because I needed a break. Everything in my life had started to feel like noise, city noise, job noise, people noise. It was always something. The sound of traffic outside my window at night, phone calls that never stopped, emails piling up, alarms going off. I hadn't had a day to myself in over a year, so I went looking for something off the grid, something far enough from everything, but not in the middle of nowhere. I found a listing online for a small cabin up near the northern edge of the state, about 3 miles off Dry Lake Road. The name sounded peaceful. The cabin had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and ran off a gas generator and a backup battery. The pictures showed a one-room wooden structure surrounded by trees, with a small lake behind it that looked more like a pond. I booked it for 5 days. The drive up there was quiet, no traffic. The last gas station I passed was 20 miles before the turnoff for Dry Lake Road. From there, the road narrowed and twisted between tall, thin trees that didn't let much light through. It had rained the day before, so the road was soft in places, muddy in others. My tires slipped once, but I made it. The cabin was exactly as advertised, small, gray, simple. It sat on a patch of flattened earth just above the lake. There was a short dock out back with a rusted aluminum canoe tied to it. Inside the cabin was a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a small propane stove, and an icebox. That was it.
No te ve. No maikrewag.
The bed had clean sheets and a wool blanket. I unpacked my cooler, my flashlight, a couple of books, and some clothes. By the time I was settled, the sun was already low. I made a sandwich, lit a lantern, and sat outside on the small porch. The lake was still. The air smelled like wet leaves, and the only sound was the occasional creak of the trees moving. It was the quietest place I'd been in years. I felt my shoulders loosen. I hadn't realized how tense I'd been. The first night passed without anything unusual. I slept better than I had in a long time. No sirens, no buzzing from my phone, just the slow thump of my heartbeat and the wind in the trees. The cabin had thick walls that kept out the cold, and the generator's hum was low and constant. When I woke up, I walked down to the lake and sat on the dock for a while, watching the water. A heron stood motionless near the far bank. There were insects buzzing near the surface of the water, but not enough to be annoying. I took out the canoe after breakfast and paddled across the lake. It was smaller than it looked, maybe 200 feet across. The far shore was muddy and lined with trees that leaned out over the water. I didn't see any houses, no roads. It was just woods and water and sky. Later that afternoon, I followed a small trail that led off behind the cabin. It went into the trees and curved out of sight. The ground was soft, with patches of moss and pine needles. I walked for maybe 30 minutes before turning back. I didn't want to go too far and get lost. There were no signs or markers, just trees. That night, I built a fire in the small pit out front and sat with a cup of instant coffee. The woods were darker than I expected. I could only see what the fire lit up. Beyond that, everything turned black. I started hearing things, small noises, a branch snapping, a low rustle in the leaves. Once or twice I turned toward the sound, but I never saw anything. I reminded myself I was in the woods. Animals live in woods. Raccoons, squirrels, maybe deer. I went inside around 10, locked the door, and lay in bed listening. Eventually I fell asleep. The next morning, I saw tracks near the fire pit. Not boot prints, something else. Maybe a raccoon. I didn't know. They looked like small hands pressed into the mud. I didn't think much of it. I made eggs and toast, then read for most of the morning. Things didn't feel strange until the third night. It started after dark. I was sitting inside with the lantern on, writing in a notebook. I'd started journaling just to keep my thoughts clear. The wind had picked up, and the trees outside were swaying. I heard something move across the porch. Not fast, slow and soft. A scraping, then nothing. I stayed still for a while. My ears were wide open, listening for more. Nothing happened, so I walked over and opened the door. The porch was empty, just wind and shadows. I stood there for a while, then shut the door and bolted it again. I told myself it was probably a branch or a small animal, but that didn't explain the sound. It was like something brushing across the floorboards. Later that night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up needing to pee. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The air was cold and still. I walked around to the side of the cabin. As I finished, I heard something behind me, a crunch. I spun around and shined my light, but nothing was there, just trees. My skin felt tight. I backed toward the door, scanning the woods. Then I saw it just barely, a figure, not moving, about 20 feet into the trees. Too far to see clearly, but it was there, upright, human-sized. I froze. I didn't move and it didn't either. I held the flashlight steady. My hand was shaking. I blinked. The figure was gone. I don't mean it ran. I mean it was just not there anymore. I went inside and locked the door. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in bed holding the flashlight, waiting for morning. When the sun came up, I walked the area around the cabin. I didn't see anything. No prints, no broken branches, just woods. I told myself it was my imagination. Maybe the shadows made it look like something was there, but I couldn't shake it. The air felt different that day, like something was off. I decided not to hike again. I stayed close to the cabin and tried to keep busy, reading, eating, trying to enjoy the quiet. But I kept looking at the woods. I started keeping the flashlight on the table during the day, just in case. That night, I left the lantern on after going to bed. I didn't want to be in the dark. I must have dozed off because I woke up to a sound. The generator had gone off. The cabin was completely silent.
No lights.
I sat up and listened. I could hear my own breathing. Then I heard the porch creak. I didn't move. I held still and tried not to breathe. The wood creaked again, like someone putting their weight on it slowly. Then I heard a tapping. Not hard, a soft tap, like a finger on glass. I realized it was the window. Someone was tapping on the window. I couldn't see anything. It was too dark. I reached for the flashlight and clicked it on, aiming it at the window. Nothing, just my reflection. But the tapping kept going. I held the light steady. It stopped. I waited. A few minutes passed. Then I heard something heavy move outside. A thump, then another, like boots on the ground. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the corner with the flashlight in my lap, heart hammering. As soon as the sun rose, I packed everything, threw clothes in the bag, dumped the food, and got in the car. I didn't care about the reservation. I just needed to go. But the car didn't start. The engine turned over, but it wouldn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood but didn't know what to look for. I checked the gas gauge. It showed a quarter tank. I tried again. Still nothing. I stood there, breathing hard. I looked at the trees, the empty road. No one knew I was out here. No phone signal. No radio. Nothing. I had no choice. I grabbed my backpack, filled it with food and water, and locked the cabin behind me. I started walking down the road toward the gas station I'd passed on the way in. 20 miles. I figured I could make it in a day. The road was quiet. I didn't see any cars. I walked fast, looking over my shoulder every couple of minutes. I kept thinking I was being followed. I didn't hear anything, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Every time the wind blew, I jumped. I saw shapes in the trees that weren't there. Around noon, I stopped to eat. I sat on a fallen log and opened a granola bar. That's when I heard the car. I stood up and waved. It was an old pickup, maybe a 90s model, covered in dust. It slowed down as it reached me. The window rolled down and a man inside looked out. His face was worn, sun-baked. He looked at me without saying anything. I tried to explain I needed help, but he just stared. Then he drove off. No wave, no nod, just gone. I kept walking. By the time I saw the gas station, the sun was low. I stumbled in, dirty and shaking. The guy at the counter looked surprised. I asked to use the phone and called for a tow. Took 3 hours. The driver said he'd never heard of the cabin, but he'd take me there. We drove in silence. When we pulled up, it was dark again. I pointed to the cabin, but he stayed in the truck. I got out and ran inside. Everything was as I'd left it, but the porch had new marks, fresh muddy prints, bare feet. The tow truck guy waited while I grabbed my stuff. I didn't I'd always wanted to get away from it all. A few days in the wilderness, surrounded by nothing but trees and the steady murmur of a stream, sounds like the perfect escape from the noise of everyday life. So, when I found a little cabin available for rent in a remote part of the woods, I didn't hesitate. I packed my things, grabbed some food, and drove out into the middle of nowhere. The idea of solitude sounded inviting, but I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe this place wasn't as peaceful as it appeared. The drive to the cabin took longer than I had expected, and the further I went, the more isolated the landscape became. Tall pines lined the narrow, winding road, casting long shadows even though it was still late afternoon. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up on me. I wasn't some city dweller who couldn't handle the wilderness, but something about the dense forest around me made my heart race. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked exactly like the pictures. A small, weather-beaten structure with a slanted roof, sitting on the edge of a rocky clearing. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the chimney. There was no one around for miles. I pulled up to the front, grabbed my bag from the trunk, and made my way inside. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and the smell of aged wood and dust hit me immediately. The cabin was sparsely furnished. Just a few chairs, a small table, and an old wood stove in the corner. A single window looked out over the surrounding forest, and I could see the distant hills beyond the trees. The only light in the room came from a flickering lantern on the table, casting an eerie glow across the room. I set down my bag and began unpacking. The silence here was overwhelming, almost suffocating. I'd been looking forward to some quiet, but this was different. I hadn't realized how unsettling it could be to be so utterly alone. Still, I tried to push those thoughts aside. I was here to relax, not to dwell on every little noise. The first night passed without incident. The bed was comfortable enough, and the only sounds I could hear were the occasional creaks of the cabin settling and the rustling of wind in the trees outside. I slept fitfully, waking every so often to check the time or the quiet outside, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. On the second day, I decided to take a hike. There was a trail nearby, or at least I thought there was. It wasn't well marked. Still, I had a map and a rough idea of where I was going. I grabbed my backpack, threw on some sturdy shoes, and set off into the woods. The deeper I ventured into the forest, the more I began to notice the oddities. The trees here were tall and thick, their trunks knotted and twisted in strange shapes. The ground was uneven, with roots snaking up from the earth like the fingers of some ancient creature. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing in on me. The farther I went, the quieter it became. There were no birds singing, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just an overwhelming silence. As I walked, I started to feel like I was being watched. Every so often, I'd glance over my shoulder, convinced I saw something moving in the corner of my eye. But when I turned, there was nothing there. I chalked it up to nerves and kept going. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I walked for hours, occasionally checking the map to make sure I was still heading in the right direction. Eventually, I came across an old, overgrown clearing. There was a small stream running through it, the water sparkling in the weak sunlight that filtered through the trees. At first, I thought it was just another pretty spot, but then I saw something that made my stomach drop. In the middle of the clearing, there was a pile of rocks, arranged in a strange pattern. It looked like some kind of ritualistic structure, but it was crude, almost hastily put together. I didn't want to think about it too much. I turned around and started making my way back to the cabin. But the trail I thought I'd been following seemed to have disappeared. The trees looked different, and I realized I had no idea where I was anymore. Panic rose in my chest as I tried to retrace my steps, but the more I walked, the more disoriented I became. Hours passed. The sun was starting to set, and I was completely lost. I knew I couldn't make it back before dark, and that realization was like a cold hand wrapping around my throat. I didn't know how to survive in the woods at night. I wasn't prepared for this. The thought of staying out here all alone, in the dark, made my skin crawl. The forest felt alive, and not in a good way. I tried to stay calm, telling myself that I just needed to find the trail again. But the longer I walked, the more it felt like the woods were shifting, closing in around me. The trees seemed to grow taller, their branches reaching down toward me like claws. Every so often, I would hear something in the distance, like the snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves. But when I looked, I saw nothing. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that I finally came to a stop. I couldn't go any further. I was exhausted, cold, and terrified. I had no choice but to find shelter for the night. I spotted a small cave-like formation in the hillside, its entrance barely wide enough for me to crawl inside. I didn't care, I was too afraid to keep walking. I curled up in the small space, shivering. The night was still and oppressive, the silence thick enough to hear my heartbeat in my ears. Every now and then, I would hear something move outside, something large, something heavy. But I couldn't bring myself to look. I stayed there, pressed against the cold stone, trying to ignore the sounds. Morning came eventually, though I had barely slept. I waited until the first light of dawn broke through the trees before I ventured out of the cave. The forest looked different now, less menacing, but still strange. I knew I had to get back to the cabin. The thought of being out here any longer, alone in this wilderness, was unbearable. It took me all morning, but I finally found my way back to the cabin. My legs were aching, my throat dry, but I was relieved to see the familiar structure in the distance. I felt a rush of emotion, relief, gratitude, and something else, something I couldn't quite place. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door and sat by the window, watching the forest. Something about it felt wrong, like I had crossed a line I couldn't undo. I didn't want to stay here anymore, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in these woods. Not anymore. I didn't tell anyone I was leaving. No calls, no posts, no emails. just silence. I was burned out, and everything in my life had turned sour. Work, friends, even my health. I felt like I was suffocating in my own skin, and I needed to hit a reset button before I lost my mind. I found a remote cabin listed online. It was 2 hours off the main road, deep into the Appalachian backcountry, a place with no signal, no neighbors, and nothing but trees and silence. That's exactly what I wanted. The pictures showed a small A-frame tucked under tall pines, with a wood stove, a water pump out back, and a propane tank for minimal electricity. Rustic, quiet, cheap. The listing said it was built in the 80s and hadn't changed much since. I booked it for 2 weeks. I didn't care that it didn't have Wi-Fi. That was the point. I drove there on a Thursday in early fall. I left before sunrise, wanting to get there early to settle in. I remember the highway stretching out like a ribbon through small towns and patches of trees that got denser the farther I drove. After about 5 hours, the GPS cut out. I had printed instructions just in case, and I followed them through dirt roads that twisted up into the mountains. The last stretch was barely a road, more like 2 tire grooves cut into a slope. I had to put my old SUV into low gear to get through. When I finally saw the cabin, it felt like a reward. It was smaller than I thought, and the wood siding had gone gray with time. A stack of firewood leaned against one side, and a narrow trail led off into the woods. It was quiet. No birds, no bugs, just the rustle of trees moving in a breeze I couldn't feel. Inside was basic. One room with a tiny kitchen area, a table, a narrow bed, and the wood stove. A small door in the back led to a bathroom with a composting toilet and a sink fed by the pump out back. The place smelled like old wood and dust, but not in a bad way. Felt safe, secluded, like the world couldn't touch me here. The first few days were peaceful. I read, cooked simple meals, chopped wood, and sat outside on a rough bench, listening to the wind in the trees. I didn't see a single person. The trail behind the cabin led to a small stream. I followed it once for about half a mile before turning back. I was already getting a feel for the land. The hills, the light through the trees, the way sound traveled out here. By the 5th day, I had settled into a rhythm. Wake up with the sun, cook, write in my notebook, go for walks, make dinner before dark. Nights were colder than I expected, and I had to keep the fire going. The silence at night was different, thick, heavy, almost like it was pressing in through the walls. But I liked it. Then things started to feel off. It started with the firewood. I had a pile stacked neatly along the cabin side. On the 6th morning, it was scattered, like someone had kicked it. I figured an animal had done it, maybe a raccoon or something bigger. I res-tacked it, checked around for tracks, but the dirt was dry, and I couldn't see anything. The next night, I woke up to a sound outside, a crunch like a footstep on dry leaves. I sat up and listened. Nothing. Then again, a crunch, then silence. I got up and peeked through the window, but it was too dark to see anything. I waited, but it didn't come back. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe a fox. But after that, I started noticing more things. The pump handle was turned all the way to the side one morning. I hadn't touched it the night before. A fork went missing from the drawer. I thought maybe I misplaced it. Then the outhouse door was open, even though I always kept it shut because of bugs. Nothing big, just small things that felt wrong, like someone had been there. I checked the area, walked the trail around the cabin, looked for signs of someone else nearby. I didn't see any trash, no tire marks, no clotheslines, nothing to suggest anyone else was out here. Just endless trees and quiet. I felt like I was going crazy. One night, I stayed up late with the lights off, listening. I sat by the window with the fire low and waited. Around 1 a.m., I heard the same crunch of leaves again, maybe 20 feet away. I froze. It was steady this time, like someone slowly circling the cabin. Not fast, not rushing, just moving with purpose. I didn't breathe. I sat still for nearly 20 minutes. Then it stopped. The next morning, I walked the perimeter. Still no footprints. The ground was too dry, the leaves too thick. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the road out was rough, and I didn't want to drive it in the dark. Besides, I still didn't have proof that anything was wrong. On day 9, I found a dead bird on the cabin's porch. Its neck was broken, wings stretched out like it had been placed there. No blood, just broken and laid flat in the middle of the doormat. That's when I started locking the cabin from the inside with a heavy bolt I found in a drawer. I started sleeping with a hatchet next to the bed. That night, the power went out. The propane line must have been tampered with because the lights flickered and went out just after sunset. I had to use candles and my flashlight. The pump didn't work either, which made no sense because it was manual. I went out to check it and saw that the handle had been unscrewed and placed on the ground next to the post. Now I knew for sure someone had been out there. I packed my bags that night and decided I would leave first thing in the morning, even if it meant a rough ride out. I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. I kept the hatchet in my hand under the covers. At dawn, I made coffee with bottled water, stuffed everything I could into my backpack, and walked outside to load the car. My tires were slashed, all 4 of them, not punctured, sliced, deep cuts, clean, like with a knife. I stood there for a long time trying to process it. My heart was racing. I had no cell service, no radio. No one knew I was out here. I was stuck. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to think. I still had food and water. I could survive a few more days, maybe walk out, but it was at least 15 miles to the main road, and I didn't know who or what was out there. If someone was watching the cabin, they'd see me leave. I checked the windows and started covering them with towels and blankets. I wanted to make it hard for anyone to see inside. I only lit 1 candle at night and kept it low. I rationed food. I slept in shifts 3 hours at a time, then awake for a bit, then sleep again. 2 nights later, someone tried the door. The bolt held, but the handle turned, slow and quiet. I stood on the other side holding the hatchet. I didn't make a sound. The handle turned twice, then nothing. I waited for hours before moving. I started writing notes in case something happened to me. I wrote the date, what was going on, what I'd seen. I kept the notes in a tin box under the bed. I also wrote a message on the wall with charcoal. Someone is out here. They're watching. If you find this, get out fast. I didn't know what else to do. I considered walking out, but every time I opened the door, I felt watched. I started hearing noises in the woods. Cracks, snapping twigs, low rustling that stopped as soon as I turned my head. On the 13th day, just before dawn, I heard a sound on the roof. Not an animal. A slow, steady step. Then another. I held my breath. The steps moved across the roof, then stopped directly above me. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I waited like that until the sun rose. When I finally got the nerve to go outside, there were scuff marks in the dust on the edge of the roof. No ladder nearby, just marks. I don't know how they got up there. That day, I packed everything again. I wasn't going to wait anymore. I left a final note in the cabin with everything I knew. Then I stepped onto the trail and started walking. I stayed off the road. I moved through the trees, sticking to the stream and heading downhill. I didn't stop for more than a few minutes at a time. I didn't eat, barely drank. I just walked. After about 6 hours, I saw a hunting shack with an old truck parked beside it. No one was home, but the truck keys were on a hook by the door. I didn't care. I drove it out, bouncing down the road until I hit pavement. I made it to a gas station and called the police. When they got to the cabin, it was empty. No sign of anyone. The propane line had been cut. My tires were shredded with what they said was likely a box cutter or utility knife. The bird had been gutted and laid out. The pump handle had been disassembled and scattered in the woods. But there were no fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. They said maybe it was a squatter or a poacher, someone living off the grid who didn't want people nearby. They couldn't prove anything. They offered to send someone with me to recover my things, but I told them to keep them. I didn't want anything from that place. I haven't been back to the woods since. I moved cities, changed jobs, started over. But I still think about the cabin. I still wonder who was out there, watching me, waiting. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend. a break from the noise and rush of city life. I had rented a small cabin up in the mountains, far enough from the nearest town to feel completely isolated. The place wasn't much, just a basic one-room structure with a small fireplace, a couple of windows, and a rickety wooden deck. But I didn't mind. I was after solitude, not luxury. The drive had been long, winding up narrow roads that cut through thick forests. I had been following the GPS for hours, not passing a single car, and when I finally reached the cabin, I felt a kind of relief settle in my chest. The air was clean, sharp with the smell of pine. The sun was starting to dip behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the land. I unloaded my car and dragged my bag inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and earth, a faint musk that felt almost familiar. There was a small kitchen area, a bed in one corner, a tiny bathroom off to the side, and a stone fireplace that hadn't seen a fire in quite some time. I set up a few things, unpacked my food, and put my phone on the counter to charge. I wasn't planning to go anywhere for the next couple of days, and the service up here was spotty at best. The first few hours passed by quietly. I made a fire, roasted some marshmallows, and read a book. The night fell in around me, and the only sound was the crackling of the flames and the occasional rustle of wind outside. It was peaceful. Too peaceful, maybe. As I sat there, staring into the fire, I realized just how quiet it was. The silence was so thick, so encompassing, that it started to feel oppressive. The kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of every tiny sound. The creak of the cabin settling, the scratch of a twig outside, the occasional groan of the wooden floorboards. I shrugged it off, telling myself I was just imagining things. But then, just as I was about to turn in for the night, I heard something, a soft tap, like a knock at the door, but far too gentle to be anything human. I froze. My heart started to beat faster, my breath catching in my throat. I waited, staring at the door, not sure if I had heard it at all. The room felt suddenly smaller, the air thicker. Then there it was again, the soft tap. I stood up slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible. My feet were bare against the cold floor. I reached the door and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. No more tapping, no wind, no voices. Just the quiet hum of the cabin, making me feel more alone than ever. I hesitated, but then I did it. I pulled open the door just a crack. The night air rushed in, cold and sharp. The forest beyond the porch was dark, the trees standing like silent sentinels. There was nothing, no person, no animal, only shadows. I stepped outside, feeling foolish. My breath puffed out in little clouds in the cold air. The porch creaked beneath my feet as I moved, the dark woods stretching out before me in every direction. It was so quiet I could almost hear my own heartbeat. After a few minutes of standing there, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. A prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like eyes on my skin. I turned around, scanning the trees and the darkness, but there was nothing there. No movement, no sound, just the vast, empty wilderness. Still, something didn't feel right. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was nothing. But that night, sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound made me jump. Every snap of a branch, every creak of the wood, every gust of wind that rattled the cabin walls. By morning, I had convinced myself that it was just nerves. I hadn't been out in the woods alone for years, and it was probably just the unfamiliar surroundings making me jumpy. But as the sun rose and I stepped outside to make my coffee, I noticed something odd. There were footprints in the dirt near the porch. They weren't mine. The tracks were large, heavy, and looked fresh. They led from the woods up to the cabin, then stopped just at the edge of the porch before vanishing into the grass. I bent down to get a closer look, tracing the edges with my finger. The soles of the prints were deep, the kind that would leave a mark if someone was heavy on their feet. The weird part, they didn't seem to go anywhere. They just stopped. I glanced around the yard, my chest tightening. No signs of a person, no broken branches or disturbed ground, just the silence, the same eerie quiet that had started to feel suffocating. I spent the rest of the day inside, not sure what to make of the prints. There was no way they could have been from an animal, and no way they could have been from someone just passing through. The only thing I could think of was that someone had been close to the cabin last night. Maybe they had been watching me, but who? That night, I kept the fire going and stayed close to the cabin. I didn't dare step outside. And again, there was that soft tap. This time, I was ready. I didn't open the door immediately. I waited. The tap came again, almost rhythmic, like it was testing to see if I was listening. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. I stood motionless for a long time, my pulse thumping in my ears. My mind was racing, trying to figure out who or what could be out there. No way was I opening the door this time. I stayed by the window, peering out into the night. But all I saw was blackness. I didn't sleep that night. The quiet outside was louder than ever, and my mind kept replaying the strange, soft knock. The next morning, I had no idea what to expect. But when I stepped outside, the world was still silent. The footprints were gone, and the air felt thicker than it had before. It was clear I wasn't alone. But who else was up here, and what did they want? I packed my things quickly, feeling an urgency to leave. The thought of staying another night was unbearable. But as I walked to the car, something caught my eye. There, just off the edge of the porch, was a piece of paper. It was folded neatly, almost as if someone had left it there intentionally. I reached down to grab it, my hands shaking. Unfolding it, I read the single sentence written on it. "Underscore, you're not supposed to be here. Underscore." And that was enough. I didn't need to know more. I didn't want to know more. I jumped into my car and left, speeding down the narrow, winding road as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, my heart pounding the entire way. I've never gone back to that cabin, and I've never told anyone about what happened, because part of me wonders if I was just imagining things. Maybe it was all just in my head, the product of isolation and nerves. But I'll never know for sure. All I know is that when I think about that place now, I get this cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. And sometimes, when I'm out in the woods, I can't shake the feeling that I'm still being watched. I remember the day I decided to rent the cabin. It wasn't some grand adventure I had planned. No, it was more of an impulse, a sudden urge to get away from everything. Life had been wearing me down. The constant hum of city noise, the overscheduled workdays, and the endless distractions had taken their toll. I was desperate for silence. So, when I found the ad online for a secluded cabin in the woods, I jumped at the chance. The cabin was nestled in a remote area, far away from the nearest town, surrounded by dense forest. The description promised complete privacy and a return to nature. It sounded perfect, a break from the noise, just me and the trees. I booked it right away, choosing a weekend with no real plans except to just be alone. I needed that solitude. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was how isolated the place was. The road that led to the cabin was rough, barely a path in some places. I had to slow down, navigating around large rocks and deep ruts. It felt like the road was intentionally made to discourage people from coming. The thought didn't bother me, though. If anything, it made the place feel even more like my personal escape. The cabin itself was small, built from weathered wood with a steep roof and a simple front porch. It was rustic, but that was part of the charm. There were no fancy amenities, no Wi-Fi, no cell phone service. It was exactly what I needed, a chance to disconnect, to live in the moment. I took a deep breath, stepping out of my car and looking around. The forest stretched out in every direction, tall trees standing like silent sentinels, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. There was a faint scent of pine in the air, fresh and clean. It was so quiet, almost unnervingly so. No birds, no insects buzzing, nothing. Just silence, a deep, heavy silence that seemed to press in from all sides. I unloaded my things and made my way to the front door. It creaked as I opened it, revealing a simple but cozy interior. The wood floors were covered in thick rugs, and a stone fireplace dominated the far wall. There was a small kitchen area, a couple of chairs near the fire, and a large window that overlooked the forest. It was peaceful, serene, almost perfect. I spent the first few hours settling in. I unpacked my clothes, started a fire in the hearth, and made myself some food. It wasn't much, just some canned soup and bread, but it felt comforting. There was something about being so far removed from civilization that made even the simplest things seem special. As night began to fall, I sat in front of the fire, watching the flames dance. The cabin was warm, the fire crackling softly in the background. I had a book with me, something to pass the time, but I found it hard to focus. My mind kept wandering, and my eyes kept drifting to the window. I could see the forest outside, the trees shifting in the wind, casting long shadows on the ground. The darkness of the woods seemed to stretch farther than it should, like it was alive, watching me. I shook off the thought, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. I wasn't used to being so alone. I wasn't used to this kind of silence. It wasn't long before I heard the first noise. It was faint at first, just a subtle rustling, almost like a branch brushing against the side of the cabin. I froze, listening. The wind had picked up outside, so it could have been that. But then it came again, louder this time, like something or someone was moving around outside. My heart skipped a beat. I stood up, slowly walking to the window and peering out. The moon was high now, casting a pale light over the forest. But all I could see were the trees, their branches swaying in the wind. There was nothing else. No movement, no figures. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, dismissing it as my imagination running wild. The isolation was starting to get to me, but the noises didn't stop. Over the next few hours, I heard them again. The rustling, the soft thud of something moving around just beyond the cabin's walls. I checked the windows, went outside to look around, but there was nothing there. The forest remained still and quiet, except for the occasional sound of wind in the trees. I felt foolish for even considering that something was wrong. It was just the woods, the kind of noises the forest made when no one was around. That's all it was. By the time I went to bed, I had convinced myself it was nothing. I turned out the lights and crawled into the bed, pulling the heavy blanket up to my chin. The bed was comfortable, and the fire had warmed the cabin to a cozy temperature. Still, sleep didn't come easily. The silence was deafening, and my mind kept racing. I kept imagining shadows moving just outside the window, hearing the faintest scratching sounds on the walls. I eventually drifted off, my exhaustion taking over. But my dreams weren't peaceful. They were filled with dark shapes, with trees that seemed to shift and change, growing taller, leaning in closer. There was something out there, something I couldn't see but could feel pressing against me. I woke up in a cold sweat, the feeling lingering long after I opened my eyes. I lay there in the darkness, heart pounding, listening to the silence. The night was still, too still. I needed to get some fresh air. I needed to clear my head. I got out of bed, slipping on my boots and a jacket, and stepped outside onto the porch. The air was crisp, the sky clear with 1,000 stars overhead. The forest was still. It almost seemed like the trees were holding their breath, waiting for something. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath my feet as I walked to the edge of the cabin. That's when I noticed it. There was something in the woods. At first, I couldn't make it out. It was just a shape barely visible through the trees. But then it moved, slowly, like it was stalking, like it was aware of me but wasn't in any hurry. My heart skipped a beat. I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The shape was dark, almost blending in with the shadows of the trees. It wasn't an animal. It was too large, too deliberate in its movements. It was creeping along the forest floor, its shape just beyond the trees. I couldn't see it clearly, but I could feel its presence. I stepped back, retreating into the safety of the cabin, locking the door behind me. My breath was shallow, my hands trembling. What was that? Was someone out there? I hadn't seen anyone since I arrived, and there were no other cabins nearby. Couldn't be another person, could it? I tried to shake off the fear, but the uneasy feeling lingered. It was like the woods had suddenly turned hostile, as if they were hiding something. I spent the rest of the night in the cabin, jumping at every sound, listening for any movement outside. The feeling of being watched didn't fade. It felt like the woods were alive, aware of me in a way I couldn't explain. The noises outside didn't stop either. They came in bursts, sometimes near the cabin, sometimes farther away, but always there, always unsettling. Morning came and I was exhausted. I had hardly slept, and my nerves were shot. But I needed to get out to do something. I couldn't stay cooped up in the cabin forever, especially not with the feeling of something lurking outside. So, I decided to go for a hike, to try and clear my mind, to get away from the cabin for a while. The forest was dense, but the trail was well-trodden. I followed it, my footsteps crunching softly on the forest floor. The trees were thick overhead, their branches weaving together to block out most of the sunlight. It was eerily quiet, but there was something calming about it, too. I tried to tell myself that the cabin, the feeling of being watched, was just a product of my imagination. I needed to relax. I walked for hours, the trail winding deeper into the forest. The farther I went, the more I felt like I was being pulled into the woods, like something was guiding me. I didn't know why, but I followed. The trail ended at a clearing, a small pond reflecting the sky above. The still water was broken only by the occasional ripple from a fish. I sat down on a rock by the water, breathing in the cool, fresh air. For the first time in days, I felt calm. The forest was beautiful here, peaceful, like I was finally able to disconnect from everything. But then I heard it again. A noise, distant but unmistakable. The rustling of leaves. Something moving through the trees. I stood up, heart pounding again. I looked around the clearing, but there was nothing. No movement. No sign of anything. I wasn't alone. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A few days in a cabin far from civilization. It was supposed to be a peaceful getaway. Just me and the woods. Some time to clear my mind. I didn't want to deal with people, work, or any of the usual distractions. It was just supposed to be me, the trees, and the silence. That's what I thought. I had never been to this part of the forest before. The cabin, an old, weather-beaten structure, sat alone deep in the woods. The driveway was long, rough, and barely wide enough for my car. The road was gravel with sharp turns and surrounded by dense trees. The last stretch of it was particularly difficult to navigate. I had to slow down to avoid hitting tree roots and rocks that jutted out from the uneven surface. But after about an hour of driving, I saw it. The cabin, nestled between two large pine trees. It looked exactly as it had in the online photos. Rustic, secluded, and charming. I parked the car and took in my surroundings. The trees were tall, their thick branches stretching up and creating a dense canopy. The forest was so quiet that even the sound of my car engine seemed loud. I stepped out, breathed in the cool, crisp air, and stretched. It felt good to be away from everything, far from the noise and chaos of the world I had just left behind. The cabin itself wasn't much to look at, but it had a certain charm. The walls were made of old, dark wood, the kind that looked like it had been there for generations. There were no neighbors for miles, no houses in sight. I was truly alone. The front door creaked as I opened it, the scent of musty wood filling my nose. Inside, the cabin was dim, lit only by the faint light streaming through the dusty windows. It had a rustic, old-fashioned feel, with a large stone fireplace on one wall and a few worn-out couches scattered around the room. A wooden staircase led up to a loft area where I assumed the bedroom would be. There was no TV, no internet, no distractions, just the quiet hum of the woods outside. I unpacked my bags, set my things down in the corner, and went to the kitchen to check out the supplies. The fridge was stocked with basic food, canned goods, eggs, some frozen meat. There was a wood-burning stove and a small counter with a few utensils, but nothing fancy. It was exactly what I needed. No frills, just the essentials. I'd make do. I lit a fire in the fireplace, the flames crackling and filling the room with warmth. As the night crept in, the quiet of the woods outside seemed to grow deeper, more intense. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves, the crackling of the fire, and the distant call of an owl. I settled in, reading a book I had brought with me, and eventually fell asleep on the couch. The first night was uneventful. I woke up early, made coffee, and enjoyed the sunrise from the porch. The forest was still, serene, and untouched by the chaos of human life. It was everything I wanted it to be, but by the second day, things started to feel different. The woods were no longer just quiet. They were watching. I couldn't explain it, but there was a subtle shift in the air. The silence had taken on a heavier weight, and I felt as though something was lurking just beyond my sight. I couldn't see anything, but the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up, and my instincts screamed that I wasn't as alone as I thought. I shrugged it off, assuming it was just my mind playing tricks on me. The woods were known to have that effect on people, at least that's what I told myself. I went for a hike that afternoon, following a narrow trail that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and gnarled. The path was overgrown, with weeds and brush pushing in from the sides, but it was still passable. I walked for a while, enjoying the solitude, but as I ventured further, something began to gnaw at me. It wasn't the forest. It was the feeling of being followed. It started as a slight rustling in the brush, something I thought I had imagined. But as I continued, the sounds grew louder, closer. Footsteps. I turned, half expecting to see a fellow hiker or some lost soul who had wandered too far, but the trail behind me was empty. I paused, scanning the trees. Nothing. The rustling stopped. I shook my head and continued walking, but it didn't stop. The footsteps followed me for the entire hike, always just out of sight, but close enough that I could hear the crunch of leaves underfoot. Every time I stopped, the sound would stop too. It was as if whoever or whatever was out there was mimicking my every move. I picked up my pace, eager to get back to the cabin, but the sounds continued. I pushed through the last stretch of trail and finally emerged back into the clearing where the cabin stood. But I didn't feel any relief. I rushed inside, locked the door behind me, and bolted the windows. I sat down on the couch, breathing heavily, my mind racing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things, scratching sounds on the walls, the soft creaking of the floorboards above me. But when I got up to check, there was nothing. No animals, no people, just the sounds of the forest outside. The next morning, I decided to leave. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I didn't feel safe anymore. Something about the place, about the forest, was making me uneasy. I packed up my things and prepared to drive back to civilization. But as I stepped outside, I noticed something strange. The truck wasn't where I had left it. I had parked right by the front door the night before, but now it was gone. My heart skipped a beat. I ran to the spot where I had parked, but the area was empty. There were no tire tracks, no signs of movement. The truck had simply vanished. I scanned the area around the cabin, my pulse quickening. There were no signs of anyone around. I called out, but the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees. I started walking toward the tree line, thinking maybe I had parked further than I remembered, but I knew deep down that wasn't it. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. As I walked deeper into the woods, the sensation of being watched returned. It was stronger now, suffocating, like eyes were on me from every direction. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. But again, nothing. The trees loomed over me, their branches like long, twisted fingers, and the silence had become oppressive. It was as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I heard a noise, a low crackling sound, like something moving through the brush. My heart raced. I turned toward the noise, my eyes scanning the thick undergrowth. A figure stepped out from behind a tree. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but as it moved closer, I could make out details. A man, tall and thin, wearing ragged clothes. His face was pale, his hair matted and unkempt. He didn't speak, just watched me with empty eyes. I froze, my mind racing for a way out, but there was nowhere to go. I was trapped in the woods with this man. There were no roads nearby, no signs of civilization. It was just me, the woods, and him. The man didn't move at first, but his gaze never left me. The silence between us felt unbearable. He took a step forward, then another, his eyes still locked on mine. I backed up, my heart pounding in my chest, but he didn't seem to care. He just kept coming closer. I turned and ran, not knowing where to go or how to escape. The woods were disorienting, the trees too thick to see more than a few feet ahead. I tripped over roots and branches, but I kept running, driven by sheer panic. The sound of footsteps behind me was relentless, closing in with every second. And then I reached the clearing, the cabin. I didn't stop to think. I didn't check the truck, didn't even look around. I ran inside, slammed the door, and locked it behind me. I collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. The man didn't follow. For a while, there was only silence. But that silence was the loudest sound of all. The man was out there, somewhere, and I was trapped. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The woods outside were still, silent, unyielding. Eventually, I gathered the courage to peek outside. The man was gone. I didn't see him anywhere. The cabin felt empty, quiet. I opened the door slowly, stepped outside, and looked around. Nothing. The woods seemed as peaceful as they had when I first arrived. The truck was where I had left it. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the birds were chirping as if nothing had happened. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I don't know if the man was real or if I had imagined him. But I do know this. I never went back into those woods, and I never will. The first time I saw the cabin, it looked so inviting. Nestled deep in the woods, far from any town, it seemed like the perfect place for a weekend getaway. Quiet, peaceful, and isolated. My friends had rented it for the weekend, convinced that we all needed to get away from the stress of work and life. It sounded like the perfect idea at the time. A break from everything, a chance to reconnect with nature and ourselves. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just us, the woods, and a little cabin in the middle of nowhere. The drive up to the cabin took longer than expected. It wasn't an easy path, the kind of road that twists and turns between trees, barely wide enough for a single car. The forest around us seemed dense, dark even though it was early in the afternoon. The trees stood tall, towering over the road like silent sentinels. As we approached the cabin, the trees became even thicker, their trunks gnarled and twisted. The light from the sky barely filtered through the thick canopy above. It gave the place an eerie feel, but I pushed it aside as just my imagination. The cabin itself was small, made of weathered wood that looked like it had been there for decades. There was a small porch out front with a couple of creaky rocking chairs, the kind you see in old photos. The windows, though, looked old, like they hadn't been cleaned in years. There was no sign of anyone else around for miles. We got out of the car and stretched, the air fresh but cold. I looked around. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction. There was no sound, not even birds chirping, just the wind rustling the leaves. My friends were already unloading the car, excited about getting settled in. I didn't say anything, but something about the place felt off. Inside the cabin was dark, even with the light coming through the windows. The floorboards creaked under our feet, and the musty smell of old wood filled the air. There was a fireplace against one wall, an old couch, a table with mismatched chairs. It was simple but comfortable enough. The kitchen had a small stove, a refrigerator that seemed like it had seen better days, and cabinets that creaked when you opened them. There was an old calendar hanging on the wall. The year was 1985. It was strange, I thought, that something so old would still be here, but I didn't think much of it at the time. We spent the first few hours unpacking and getting settled. Everyone was in high spirits, joking and laughing as we explored the cabin and unpacked our food. After a while, we decided to head out for a hike. We grabbed our backpacks and set out into the woods. The trees grew even denser as we walked, and the air grew colder. It was quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only living thing in the world. The hike wasn't anything special at first. We walked along a narrow trail that wound through the trees, the path marked only by the occasional broken branch or clearing in the brush. We didn't talk much. I noticed the silence more than anything. No birds, no animals. Just the sound of our footsteps crunching on the dried leaves and twigs beneath our feet. It was when we were about an hour into the hike that things started to feel off. The trees around us grew even thicker, the trail less and less clear. The air grew colder, and the sun seemed to sink faster than it should have. We decided to head back to the cabin, but when we turned around, it didn't feel like the path we'd come from was the same. The trees were different, the way they bent and stretched over the trail, and the ground beneath our feet felt wrong. I pointed it out to my friends, but they shrugged it off. Maybe I was just getting paranoid. I thought, after all, it was easy to get lost in the woods. We pressed on, but the sense of unease only grew stronger. My eyes kept darting around, but every time I looked, the trees looked the same. Everything felt off. Finally, we found a clearing, and I could see the cabin in the distance. I felt a wave of relief, but as I walked toward it, something caught my eye. A figure standing near the trees, watching us. It was only for a moment, just a flash of movement in the corner of my vision, but I saw it clearly. It was tall, slender, dressed in dark clothing. I froze, my heart racing in my chest. I looked at my friends, but they didn't seem to notice anything. I glanced back, but the figure was gone. We got back to the cabin, and I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that clung to me. I didn't mention the figure to anyone, unsure if it was my mind playing tricks on me. The night went on as normal. We ate dinner, joked, and sat around the fire. But the woods outside the cabin seemed to loom, dark and silent. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching us. As the night wore on, I started to feel more and more uncomfortable. The fire crackled in the fireplace, casting long shadows across the cabin. I kept looking out the windows, half expecting to see that figure again, but I never did. Still, something felt wrong. I tried to tell myself it was just the isolation, just the quiet of the woods getting to me. It wasn't until we went to bed that things really started to take a turn. I had the bedroom at the back of the cabin, the farthest away from the others. The room was small, with a single bed, a small dresser, and a window that overlooked the forest. The walls creaked and groaned as the wind howled outside, but it was the silence that unsettled me most. No animals, no sounds of movement, nothing. I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Then I heard it. A knock. It was faint, almost like a tapping sound, but it came from the window. I sat up straight in bed, heart pounding. I stared at the window, but I didn't see anything. Another knock, louder this time. I stood up, my legs shaking. Slowly, I walked toward the window, my hand reaching for the curtain, pulled it aside. There was nothing, just the dark woods, stretching endlessly into the night. I felt a sudden wave of nausea, my stomach churning as I backed away from the window. I told myself it was just the wind, the branches hitting the window. Maybe even an animal, though it didn't make any sense. I tried to lie back down, but sleep wouldn't come. Every creak of the wood, every whisper of wind outside made me jump. I kept looking at the door, wondering if someone, or something, would come through. It wasn't until the next morning that I realized how truly isolated we were. The others hadn't heard the knocking. They hadn't seen anything unusual. I wanted to leave, to drive back home, but something made me stay. Maybe it was the fact that I didn't want to seem paranoid, or maybe I just didn't want to admit to myself that something was wrong. The next few days went by without incident, but that sense of unease never left me. The nights were the worst. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I kept hearing things in the woods outside the cabin, things that didn't make sense. The rustling of leaves when there was no wind, the snap of twigs underfoot, even though no one was out there. But I didn't want to bring it up again. I didn't want to seem crazy. On the final night, everything changed. I was awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it again. The knocking. It was louder this time, coming from the back door. I got out of bed, my breath shallow, my heart racing. I walked toward the door, slowly, cautiously. The knocking stopped, but I could still hear something, scratching, like claws against wood. I reached for the door handle. The instant I touched it, the scratching stopped. I froze. The air in the cabin seemed to grow colder, the silence more intense. I didn't open the door. Instead, I backed away, my eyes darting to the windows. I couldn't see anything, but I knew something was out there. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. When the sun finally rose, I packed my things in a rush. My hands were shaking as I shoved clothes into my bag. I didn't say anything to my friends, just told them I was leaving. They didn't question it. Maybe they knew something was wrong too. Maybe they'd felt it too. I drove away from that cabin without a second thought. The further I got, the lighter I felt. I never told anyone about the figure I saw in the woods or the knocking at the window, and I'll never go back. The cabin in the woods is still there, somewhere, but it isn't a place for me. I don't know what I saw or who or what was watching us. I don't want to know. I don't think I'll ever truly understand what happened out there. But one thing's for sure, I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, of being so close to something, yet never truly knowing what it was. And I don't think I ever will. I don't think anyone ever will. The woods are silent now, too silent. The drive to the cabin had taken longer than I'd expected, though I wasn't in much of a hurry. The roads had been winding and empty, the scenery gradually changing from the suburbs to stretches of dense forest. I didn't mind. I was craving isolation, a few days away from the noise of the city. The cabin was supposed to be my refuge. When I finally turned down the narrow dirt road, the trees around me seemed to close in, the shadows growing thicker with each passing minute. I had rented the place online, a small rustic cabin tucked deep into the woods, the kind of place you can imagine in a horror movie, except this wasn't one. I knew that. It wasn't going to be some haunted spot with ghosts or cursed grounds. No, this was a place to clear my head, to breathe away the stress of daily life. The cabin itself was older than I expected, its wooden beams weathered by time, but still standing firm. The roof was covered in moss and a layer of fallen leaves. I pulled the car up to the front, the gravel crunching under the tires. There was no one else around. The nearest neighbor, according to the listing, was miles away. It was just me and the wilderness. I grabbed my bag from the trunk, feeling the cool air around me. The cabin looked exactly as described, simple, rustic, but well-maintained. The porch creaked as I stepped up to the door, and after fumbling with the key for a moment, I managed to open it. Inside was exactly what I had expected. A small living room with a couple of chairs, a stone fireplace in the center of the room, and a few shelves with books. The kitchen was compact but functional, the kind of place where you could make a quick meal but wouldn't spend too much time cooking. A staircase led up to the second floor, where the bedroom awaited. Felt comfortable, cozy even, perfect for the weekend I had planned. I spent the first hour unpacking, setting up my things, and getting settled. The place didn't have Wi-Fi, and that suited me just fine. I didn't come here to check emails or social media. I came to disconnect, to be alone. After a while, I decided to take a walk around the area, to familiarize myself with the surroundings. The air was crisp, with the smell of pine and earth, and the ground was soft beneath my boots as I walked along the narrow trail that led from the cabin into the woods. The trees towered over me, their branches twisting like fingers reaching into the sky. There was an unsettling stillness in the air, though it didn't seem unnatural. Just the kind of quiet you only find in remote places, the silence that makes you aware of every sound. A bird called out in the distance, and I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves as animals moved around. I explored for a while, walking deeper into the woods, until I found a small stream. The water was clear, flowing over rocks in a steady, soothing rhythm. I knelt beside it, dipping my fingers into the cool water, taking a few moments to just enjoy the peace. The sound of the water was calming, like the world outside didn't exist. But then I heard something else, a twig snapping. I froze, slowly looking around. There was nothing, no movement in the trees, no animal sounds. It was probably nothing, maybe a deer or just the wind, but the silence that followed felt too thick, too intense. I stood up, shaking off the feeling and heading back to the cabin. When I returned, the cabin seemed exactly as I had left it. I locked the door behind me, checked the windows, and made myself a simple dinner. As the evening settled in, I lit a fire in the hearth, the crackling flames casting shadows on the walls. The warm glow filled the room, and for the first time that day, I felt completely at ease. But as the night wore on, that sense of ease started to fade. It wasn't any one thing, it was a growing sense of discomfort, like something was off. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed darker than before, and every creak of the floorboards made me jump. The wind outside howled occasionally, rattling the windows, and the occasional whisper of branches scraping against the house made me glance up, my heart skipping a beat. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me, nothing more. The sounds were natural, the way the house settled was normal. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was watching. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. The upstairs bedroom was small, with a single bed and a simple wooden dresser. I got into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, trying to push away the creeping unease. The wind outside howled louder, and I listened as the house groaned and shifted under the pressure. At some point, I fell asleep, though not deeply. The cabin was isolated. It always had been. I hadn't really thought about it until now, as I stood at the edge of the property, the dimming light casting long shadows across the trees and the dry ground. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, the sort of smell that made you feel like you were the only person in the world. The only noise was the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, the odd bird call, and the creaking of the old wooden structure behind me. I didn't come up here to be scared. I had been up here before, years ago, with friends. We had a good time then, but that was before everything changed, before the divorce, before I lost my job, before the world seemed like it had become a place where nothing made sense anymore. So, I took a week off work, packed up my things, and headed for the cabin to clear my head. A bit of solitude, some peace and quiet. That's what I thought I needed. The cabin was an old two-story structure, the kind you see in movies, weathered and creaky, sitting at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by forest. I had no intention of going far into the woods. I wasn't the type for long hikes or nature walks, but the cabin, the seclusion of it all, made me feel like it could give me the space I needed. It was a tiny haven of simplicity in a world full of noise. I set my bags down on the porch, not bothering to rush. The sun was just beginning to set behind the trees, and I figured I'd have enough time to get settled in. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The smell of dust and age hit me immediately, but it wasn't unpleasant. It felt like stepping into a time capsule. Everything was where it had been left. The couch, the worn armchairs by the fireplace, the chipped coffee table. There was even an old radio sitting on the shelf, its once bright red casing now faded to an almost pink hue. I took a moment to stand in the middle of the room, breathing in the stillness. It was odd how peaceful it felt, almost as though the world outside the cabin had disappeared entirely. The heavy silence wrapped itself around me like a blanket, and for a moment, I felt relief. But that didn't last long. I knew it would come, the creeping discomfort that always followed me when I was alone. It wasn't anything obvious, not at first, just an unsettling sense that something wasn't quite right. I checked the windows, making sure they were locked. It was a habit I had when I stayed in places like this. You never knew what might be out there. I glanced out into the forest, but the trees were too dense to make anything out. A faint fog had begun to roll in, and the air had cooled noticeably. I didn't think anything of it, not yet. After unpacking, I made myself a simple dinner. A can of soup I heated on the stove and settled in for a quiet evening. The wind outside picked up, rattling the windows, and the occasional creak of the house sent my mind drifting. I had brought a few books along with me, but none of them seemed to hold my attention. I kept glancing at the clock. It wasn't even 8 yet, but I was already thinking about bed. The noise outside grew louder. It wasn't the wind anymore. I thought I heard something moving around in the trees, but when I looked outside again, there was nothing but the mist swirling beneath the canopy. The kind of mist that made it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. I tried to push the feeling down, telling myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. I wasn't used to being so alone in a place like this. The fact that I kept hearing sounds outside made me feel jumpy. But after a while, I let it go. I convinced myself I was just tired. The wind howled again, shaking the cabin slightly. The house wasn't as sturdy as it once was, and I could feel the draft creeping through the cracks in the walls. I wrapped myself in a blanket and turned on the radio. Static filled the air before a faint voice crackled through, but it was indecipherable. I fiddled with the dials, but it was no use. The radio was just another relic like everything else in this place, outdated and unreliable. It wasn't long before I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of something moving through the forest. It was closer this time, too close for comfort. I stood up, walking to the window and peering out, my breath fogging up the glass. I couldn't see anything through the mist. The trees were only dark shadows now, and the ground was still as if the forest itself were holding its breath. I told myself it was just an animal again, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and a chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. I sat back down, but the unsettling feeling lingered. It wasn't just the sounds anymore. It was the way the shadows seemed to shift, how the silence felt too thick, too expectant. I knew I was being ridiculous. It was just my mind playing tricks on me, right? Just the solitude and the isolation. The creaking of the house, though, that wasn't just my mind. The house groaned, a sound that seemed too deep and too deliberate to be a natural part of the settling of an old building. Something heavy, like footsteps on the floor above. But there was no one else here. I froze. The air felt charged, like something was about to happen. I waited, straining my ears, listening for anything. Any sign that there was someone or something in the cabin with me. But nothing came. No more footsteps, no more sounds. Just the wind howling through the trees. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and made my way upstairs. The old staircase creaked underfoot, each step seeming louder than the last. I reached the landing and slowly pushed open the first door I came to. It was the smallest bedroom, barely big enough for a bed and a dresser. The window was open, the curtains fluttering lightly in the breeze. There was no sign of anyone, but something was wrong. I could feel it in the air, thick and oppressive. The silence here was different, colder somehow. I checked the closet, under the bed, behind the door. Nothing. I walked back down the stairs, moving slowly, trying to control the rising panic. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was all just my mind. Too much time alone, too much time thinking. But then the light flickered. The old overhead light above the dining table buzzed, and for a brief moment, the whole room seemed to go dark. When the light returned, it was dimmer, as if the power was struggling to keep up. And that's when I heard it, clearer this time, unmistakable. Tap. A knock. It came from somewhere deep within the house. A sound that didn't belong. I rushed to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no one outside when I checked. No one had come to the door. The house was silent again. I sat back down, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. Something was wrong. Something had changed. I grabbed my things and left the cabin. I walked to the car, trying to shake off the creeping sense that I wasn't alone here anymore. That whatever had been hiding in the shadows was still out there, watching me. I turned the key in the ignition and pulled out of the driveway, heading back down the long, twisting road that led away from the cabin. I never went back. I wasn't sure why I thought going to a secluded cabin deep in the woods would be a good idea. It sounded peaceful, a chance to get away from the city's noise and stress. But as I drove further into the forest, with the trees growing taller and the road narrowing, something in the back of my mind started to shift. It was too quiet, too isolated. The GPS kept pinging off, as though it was trying to find a signal, but failing. The cabin was an old, rustic structure. You could tell it hadn't seen a coat of paint in years. The wood was gray and weathered, and the roof had patches where moss had begun to grow. The driveway was little more than a narrow, dirt path, and it seemed like no one had lived here for a long time. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and fresh pine, and there was a chill in the air that made my skin prickle. The kind of cold that clung to you no matter how many layers you put on. I'd rented the place for a week. The idea was simple: get away, relax, read a few books, and enjoy the quiet. No cell service, no distractions, just nature and the sound of my own thoughts. At least that was the plan. The cabin was exactly as described in the listing. Simple, rustic, isolated. It had a small living area, a fireplace, a kitchenette, and a lofted bedroom. There was no running water, only a small pump that drew from a nearby stream. No electricity, just kerosene lamps and candles. It wasn't luxurious, but that was what I wanted: an escape. I parked the car, grabbed my duffel bag, and made my way to the cabin's door. The creaking of the old wood beneath my boots was the only sound. I was surprised to see the door wasn't locked. Whoever owned the cabin must have trusted their guests, or maybe they didn't care enough to lock it. Inside, the air was musty, and the only light came from the few candles I'd brought with me. The wooden floors creaked underfoot, the furniture was sparse, and the fireplace was cold, but the place felt real, not artificial like the modern vacation rentals I'd stayed in before. I set my bag down and made my way to the small window at the back of the cabin. The view was breathtaking. The woods stretched out for miles, the trees densely packed together, with only the occasional clearing to break up the monotony. The sun was beginning to dip behind the horizon, casting a deep orange hue over the forest. I made myself a simple dinner with the supplies I'd brought. Nothing fancy: canned soup, crackers, and some fruit. As I ate, I thought about the days ahead. Hiking, reading, maybe even journaling. The thought of having nothing to do but exist in nature for a while was exactly what I needed. But as the night wore on, I began to notice something odd. The sounds around me. I hadn't paid much attention at first, but now, as the evening deepened, I couldn't ignore them. The wind howled outside, but that wasn't what unsettled me. It was the noises that came from within the cabin. Small, almost imperceptible sounds, like the faintest creaks from the floorboards or something shifting in the walls. I told myself it was the house settling, the natural noises of an old structure. But the longer I stayed, the more persistent these sounds became. I shook it off. It was probably just animals outside, moving through the brush. I lit a few more candles and turned in for the night. The bed was stiff, the blankets a little too thin for the chill, but I didn't mind. I was tired, and soon I fell into an uneasy sleep. At some point, I woke up to the sound of something scraping against the outside of the cabin. It was quiet at first, just a soft, dragging noise that seemed to come from the far side of the building. I listened, holding my breath. Could have been a branch or an animal, maybe a deer walking by. But then it happened again, this time louder, more deliberate. My heart rate sped up, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, but the sound didn't stop. The dragging noise continued, moving along the side of the cabin. Then it stopped altogether. I didn't hear anything for several moments, and I started to wonder if I had imagined it. But then, just when I thought it was over, I heard something else. A knock, soft at first, barely audible but unmistakable. Someone or something was knocking at the door. I stayed perfectly still, listening for another sound. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. I sat up in bed, my mind racing. Who could it be? The nearest neighbor was miles away, and there was no way anyone could have reached the cabin without me hearing them first. The isolation of this place meant that if someone had come, they had to be out there for a reason. But what reason? I waited, paralyzed with fear, for what felt like an eternity. The knocking stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. It was so deep, so complete, that I couldn't tell whether I was hearing the sounds of my own breath or the creaking of the cabin's old frame. Finally, I decided I had to check. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table stood up, and slowly moved to the door. Every step I took felt like it was echoing through the cabin, each one louder than the last. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. I held my breath, then slowly, carefully, opened the door. Nothing. The night was still, the air cold and crisp. The woods outside were dark, silent, and empty. No signs of anyone or anything having been there. I stepped outside, scanning the area with the flashlight. The beam of light swept across the ground, illuminating patches of dead leaves, but nothing else. I shivered from the cold, partly relieved, partly disappointed. I stood there for a moment longer, wondering if I just imagined it all. But then something caught my eye, a footprint, right by the edge of the cabin. It was large, deep in the soft earth, and it looked fresh. I crouched down, shining the light on it. The shape of the foot was unmistakable, clear as day in the dirt. It didn't look like the print of any animal I recognized. It was human, though bigger, the toes long and claw-like, and the heel was oddly flattened, like something had been dragging itself along the ground. My heart began to race. There was no way a person could have walked out here without making a sound, right? This place was too remote, too far from any other houses, and it didn't make sense that someone could be here without me noticing. I backed into the cabin, shutting the door with a bang. I was wide awake now, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I tried to calm myself. It had to be an animal, I thought. A bear or something. Maybe the footprint was just an odd coincidence. But my mind kept circling back to the strange noise I'd heard earlier. I didn't sleep much that night. The whole cabin felt alive with sounds. Creaks, whispers, the soft scratching that seemed to come from the walls. Every time I thought I might doze off, I'd hear something that would yank me back to alertness. The whole night was a blur of half-sleep and anxious listening, my mind never fully at ease. The next morning, I woke up exhausted but determined to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled in my chest. I decided to go for a hike to clear my head. The woods surrounding the cabin were dense, and I knew the fresh air and exercise would help. But the deeper I ventured into the woods, the more uncomfortable I became. The trees were so tightly packed that the sunlight barely reached the ground, and the silence was suffocating. There was no sound of birds, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I didn't realize how far I'd wandered until I stopped to catch my breath. I looked around and realized I was standing in the middle of a large, circular clearing. The trees here had been cleared away, and the ground was bare, with only a few patches of grass growing haphazardly. The air felt thick, oppressive, and there was something about the place that made my skin crawl. I turned around to head back, but as I did, I froze. Something or someone was standing at the edge of the clearing. The figure was tall, too tall for a person. It was just a shadow at first, barely visible against the dense trees. But then it moved, and I could see the outline of a person or something like a person standing just outside the reach of the sunlight. It was only then that I realized it wasn't just the figure that was wrong. It was the way it moved. Slow, deliberate, almost like it was dragging itself. My heart pounded in my chest, and every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, but my legs felt like they were frozen to the ground. The figure took one slow step toward me, and that was all I needed. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. My legs burned as I pushed through the dense underbrush, crashing through the woods with no care for where I was going. I didn't stop running until I reached the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me. I could barely catch my breath, and every noise around me seemed amplified in the silence of the cabin. I stayed inside the rest of the day, too afraid to go back out. I spent the evening sitting in the corner of the cabin, watching the shadows stretch across the floor, knowing that something out there was watching me too. But when the night came again, I could hear nothing. The forest was... I wasn't sure why I had decided to rent that cabin in the first place. It was isolated, way more isolated than I had anticipated. I had spent weeks looking for a place to get away from everything. Work, my constant stream of messages, and the hum of the city. I just needed some quiet, some time to be alone, to recharge. The photos of the cabin had looked perfect, rustic, charming, surrounded by nothing but trees. But the moment I pulled up to the driveway, something felt off. The air had a certain heaviness to it, the kind of weight that comes with being far removed from everything familiar. I brushed it off as nerves. The first thing I noticed as I stepped out of my car was the silence. There was no chirping of birds, no breeze through the branches, nothing, just a deep, still quiet that felt almost unnatural. I checked the time. It was late afternoon, so the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. Still, I could see everything clearly, too clearly, almost like the shadows were waiting to pounce. I shook my head, grabbed my backpack, and made my way toward the cabin. It looked just like the pictures. Wooden siding, dark green shutters, a wraparound porch, and a tall stone chimney that rose up from the roof. The smell of pine and damp earth hung in the air, familiar in a way that didn't bring comfort. I stood in front of the cabin for a few seconds longer than I should have, then made my way inside. I unlocked the door with the key I'd been given and stepped in. The air inside was cooler, but there was something stale about it. A musty smell lingered in the corners, as if the place hadn't been opened in a long time. I dropped my bags near the door and took in my surroundings. The cabin was small, cozy, one main room with a kitchen area to the left, a living room to the right, and a staircase leading to a loft upstairs. A fireplace sat against the far wall, stacked with firewood, ready to go. The windows were large, but the curtains were drawn tight, keeping out whatever light was left of the day. The cabin was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, but something about the quiet here felt off. Felt like it wasn't just quiet, it was empty. I couldn't explain it, but I immediately had the feeling that I wasn't alone in this place. That thought startled me, so I shook my head and set my bags down on the couch. I was here to relax, not get wrapped up in irrational fears. I explored the place for a while, checking the kitchen, making sure the plumbing worked, finding some matches for the fireplace. It was simple, but everything seemed in place, despite the smell of age that clung to the cabin. It wasn't long before I decided to make a fire. The cold air of the evening was creeping in, and I could already feel the chill of the place settling into my bones. I knelt by the hearth, arranging the wood, striking the match, and setting the fire ablaze. As the flames flickered, casting long shadows across the room, I felt a little more at ease. I sat on the couch, watching the fire burn, the crackling of the logs the only sound in the room. Outside, the trees were dark, their shapes like silhouettes against the dimming sky. I felt the tension in my shoulders begin to melt away as the warmth of the fire spread through the room. That's when I heard it, a low, almost imperceptible sound, like something scraping against the side of the house. I froze. My eyes darted to the windows. There was no one out there, no sign of movement, no lights, nothing. I had thought I'd imagined it, but then it came again. A faint scraping sound, followed by a pause, and then another scrape. The sound seemed to be coming from the back of the cabin, near the trees. I stood up and walked toward the back door, my heart starting to race. The sound stopped the moment I reached it, and I hesitated. Maybe it was just an animal, something bumping against the cabin. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside, my breath visible in the cool air. The backyard was dark, lit only by the glow of the fire from the cabin. I turned toward the edge of the forest, scanning the trees. Nothing, just the shadows, stretching long across the ground. I shook my head again, trying to push away the uneasy feeling that had settled in my stomach. I closed the door and locked it, more out of habit than any real need for security. After all, it was just me here, alone. There was no reason to be scared. I went back to the couch and tried to focus on the fire, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. I kept glancing toward the windows, expecting to see someone, anyone, out there. The wind had picked up, and the trees were rustling in the distance, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. I turned off the lights and lay down on the couch, staring up at the ceiling, the fire's glow flickering in my peripheral vision. Couldn't sleep. My thoughts kept drifting back to that scraping noise. It didn't make sense. There were no animals big enough to make that sound. And who would be out here this far from anything? I told myself it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I wasn't alone. Hours passed, and I eventually drifted off into a light sleep, but even then, I kept waking up, jerking out of dreams that didn't feel like dreams at all. Every time I opened my eyes, I expected to see something or someone looming in the dark. But when I looked, there was only the cabin, still and quiet, with the fire now reduced to embers. When I woke up the next morning, the sunlight streaming through the windows brought some comfort. It wasn't as dark anymore, but the feeling of unease still clung to me like a heavy weight. I decided to go outside and take a walk to clear my head. Maybe some fresh air would do me good. The moment I stepped out onto the porch, though, I noticed something strange. The ground around the cabin was undisturbed. No footprints, no sign of anyone having walked near it. But something was off. The woods behind the cabin looked different. It was subtle, like something was out of place. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I told myself it was nothing. I needed to stop overthinking, so I decided to hike down the trail that ran along the edge of the property. It was a small, narrow path that curved deeper into the forest, and as I walked, I found that it helped clear my mind. But as I moved further along the trail, I realized something. The trees were too thick here, and the trail was barely visible, covered in overgrowth. I must have passed some sort of marker, a tree stump or a rock that told me I was going the wrong way, because before I knew it, the trail had completely disappeared. I stood still for a moment, realizing that I was now utterly alone in the woods. No sounds from the cabin, no sign of anything familiar. A strange panic settled in my chest. This was supposed to be a relaxing getaway, but now I felt more lost than ever. I had no cell service, no map, no compass. I turned around, trying to retrace my steps, but the forest all looked the same. The thick trees, the underbrush, the rocky ground. There was no clear way back. And that's when I heard it. A sound, clear as day, footsteps behind me. I spun around quickly, my heart in my throat. But there was nothing, just trees. My breath came fast, panic creeping in. I took a step forward, then another, my mind racing. I could hear the leaves crunching, the distinct sound of someone walking through the forest. But it wasn't coming from the direction I was walking in. It was coming from behind me. I started running. The underbrush was thick, and I stumbled over roots and rocks, but I couldn't stop. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, there was nothing. Yet the footsteps continued, and they were getting closer. I didn't know how long I ran. Minutes? Hours? But the sound of the footsteps didn't stop. They were right behind me, following me. Eventually, I burst through the trees and back into the clearing around the cabin. The sound of footsteps stopped the moment I reached the edge of the woods. I turned around, panting, but there was no one there. The forest was silent again, eerily still. I rushed inside the cabin, locked the door, and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. What was going on? Had I been imagining it? I couldn't make sense of what had just happened, but there was no denying it. Something or someone had been following me through the woods. I stayed inside for the rest of the day, not daring to go out again. I felt like I was in a dream, a bad one. I thought about packing up and leaving, but it was already late in the afternoon, and I didn't want to drive through the dark woods. I would leave in the morning. That night, I made another fire and sat by it, unable to relax. The noise in the woods started up again, but this time, I didn't even try to investigate. I just listened to it, the distant sounds of something moving around the cabin. When I finally fell asleep, I locked all the windows and doors, hoping it would keep whatever it was out. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was shining. The woods were peaceful again. I packed my bags quickly and left, not daring to look back. As I drove away from the cabin, I felt a strange relief wash over me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, watching, following. The cabin was secluded, tucked away on the edge of a dense forest, miles from the nearest town. I had driven out here on my own, hoping for some peace and quiet. No one to bother me, no obligations, just a few days to get away from everything. I didn't really know what I expected from the experience, but solitude sounded like exactly what I needed. The drive was long, the roads winding and lonely, and the sky, heavy with clouds, looked like it could rain at any moment. When I finally arrived at the cabin, it felt like something out of an old, forgotten photograph. It wasn't large by any means. 2 small rooms, a porch, and a few windows. The cabin had seen better days. The wood was faded, almost gray, from years of exposure to the elements. The roof had a few missing shingles, and there was a faint smell of dampness in the air. It didn't matter, though. I was here for the solitude, the kind of solitude you can only find in a place that feels abandoned. I unloaded my bags from the car, the gravel driveway crunching under my boots as I walked to the cabin's front door. Inside, the air smelled like wood and dust. It was colder than I thought it would be, even though the sun had barely dipped below the horizon. The place was furnished simply: an old couch with a few worn cushions, a small table, and a wood-burning stove in the corner. I lit a fire, the crackling flames offering warmth that seeped into my bones, settling the unease that had been gnawing at me since I arrived. As the evening went on, the cabin grew darker, the only light coming from the fire and the single bulb hanging from the ceiling. I was starting to feel it, the isolation, the weight of the silence. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, a constant whispering sound. Every so often, I thought I heard something else, a rustling that didn't quite match the wind. I dismissed it at first. It was just the trees, the branches moving, I told myself. But as the night went on, the sounds started to feel less like nature and more like something else. I sat by the fire, trying to push the thoughts away, but the unease continued to gnaw at me. My eyes darted to the windows. The glass was old, the panes slightly warped, making the world outside look distorted and foreign. The trees outside swayed, but not in a way that seemed natural. Their shadows stretched unervingly long across the cabin's yard, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the darkness. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I told myself I was imagining things, that I had been on the road too long, that I just needed to sleep. So, I retired to the small bedroom in the back of the cabin. The bed was hard, the sheets rough, but I didn't mind. The silence of the night pressed against the walls like a living thing, suffocating in its stillness. As I lay there, wide awake, my mind refused to shut off. Every creak of the wood, every groan of the house felt amplified in the quiet. It wasn't long before I heard it again, the rustling sound, not from the trees but from inside the cabin. The sound of something moving around. I stayed still, listening, waiting for the sound to repeat itself. There it was again. It was soft at first, a faint scraping sound, like something dragging across the floor. My heart began to race. I had checked the cabin thoroughly when I arrived, making sure everything was locked and secure. No one was supposed to be here. No one could have snuck in without me noticing. I stood up slowly, not making a sound, and crept to the door of the bedroom. My bare feet were silent against the old floorboards as I stepped into the hallway. The fire still crackled faintly in the living room, casting long shadows that danced against the walls. The sound was coming from the living room. I took a deep breath and moved toward it, careful not to make any noise. As I approached the doorway, I could see a shape in the flickering light. It was crouched near the stove, but it wasn't a person. It was just a shape, bigger than an animal but not quite human. I froze in the doorway, heart hammering in my chest. I watched it for what felt like an eternity, but it didn't move. It just sat there, almost as if it were waiting for something. I had no idea what to do. The logical part of my brain told me to run, to grab my things and leave the cabin, but my feet felt glued to the floor. The strange shape didn't seem to notice me. My mind raced for answers, but I came up empty. I finally gathered the strength to take a step back, but just as I did, the shape moved. It turned slowly toward the window, its head jerking in an unnatural way, almost as if it could sense my presence. My stomach twisted. The air in the room grew colder, and a chill ran up my spine. I knew then that I was not alone, but it wasn't something I could easily explain. I didn't want to stay another minute, but I also didn't want to alert whatever it was. I backed away silently, trying to make my way back to the bedroom. I didn't dare take my eyes off the shape, now crouching by the window. When I reached the bedroom, I slammed the door shut and locked it, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. I spent the rest of the night lying in bed, barely moving, listening to every sound around me. The fire had died down, but the eerie quiet of the cabin was unbearable. I was exhausted, but I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying the image of that shape, whatever it was. In the morning, the light was weak, the sun still hiding behind the heavy clouds. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees. The cabin was as silent as it had been the night before, but something felt different. The air seemed thicker, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. I ventured out to the living room, half expecting to see the shape still there, but it was gone. There was no sign of anything unusual, just the quiet, the worn furniture, the cold emptiness of the space. But I knew something had changed. I spent the rest of the day walking around the cabin, trying to stay busy, trying to pretend everything was normal. But in the back of my mind, the question lingered. What had I seen? What had been in the cabin with me? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was watching me, waiting for something. I packed my things that afternoon, deciding I couldn't stay another night. The cabin had been a beautiful escape at first, but now it felt like a trap, and I was done. I didn't want to test my luck further. As I drove away, the cabin shrank in my rearview mirror, disappearing behind the trees. The forest loomed dark and heavy around it, but I didn't look back. I wasn't looking for answers anymore. I just wanted to leave, to put miles between myself and that strange, unsettling place. The wind continued to howl through the trees, and the clouds pressed down, thick and heavy, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I never told anyone what happened. I still don't know what I saw that night. All I know is that when I left, the weight of the silence followed me, and the image of that shape stayed with me long after I was gone. But one thing I am sure of, I'll never go back to that cabin again. I'd been working a desk job in the city for 9 straight years without taking a proper break. My body had started to show it: 2 stiff shoulders, dull headaches, weight around the middle, and that kind of flat, constant tiredness you don't even notice until one day you do. So, when my boss offered to let me take an extra week off after the holidays, I didn't ask questions. I just said yes. I didn't want to spend the time at home in the city. What I needed was somewhere quiet, away from emails and traffic, someplace I could hear myself think. I didn't want a fancy resort or a rental with Wi-Fi. I wanted somewhere still, slow, and empty, somewhere plain. I ended up finding this small cabin through a friend of a friend. It wasn't online, just a photo sent by text and a GPS coordinate. No real address. It sat somewhere up in northern Minnesota, a little ways past a place called Dogtooth Bend. The guy who owned it had built it back in the late 70s, lived there for years, then left it after his wife passed. It had a working stove, no running water, and a wood stove for heat. It was just what I wanted. The drive up took nearly 8 hours. I passed the last gas station just after a town called Hastings, and after that, it was all thick forest, long dirt roads, and frozen lakes stretching out beyond the trees. I reached the cabin just as the sun was starting to go down. It was a little box of wood sitting in a clearing, half sunken in snow. One dusty window looked out from the front. Smoke wasn't coming out of the chimney yet because I hadn't gotten the fire going. It was colder than I expected. I got the key from under the rusted coffee can next to the steps. The door creaked open and let in a sharp gust of cold air. Inside, the place was as bare as the pictures showed. One room, a cot in the corner, wood stove in the center, an old kitchen table with 2 chairs, and shelves with some canned food and pots. The outhouse was out back, maybe 30 yards through the trees. There were mouse droppings in the corners. Everything smelled like coal dust and pine sap. I lit the lanterns, started a fire, and unpacked. I brought instant coffee, rice, canned beans, some jerky, a few books, a notepad, and my sleeping bag. No phone, no laptop. The quiet hit fast and hard. It was the kind of silence you only get way out in places like that. The first night I slept light. The wind moved through the trees like a low tide. The logs in the stove popped and shifted in the dark. I kept thinking I heard footsteps outside, but it was just branches dropping snow. Still, I kept waking up. I wasn't scared exactly, just aware, alert. My body hadn't caught up with the quiet yet. I still thought I was supposed to be looking at screens. The second day I went walking. There were no trails, just animal tracks. Rabbit, mostly, and something heavier, maybe a deer. I wore snowshoes and followed a frozen stream that twisted out past the clearing. The forest was thick, and the snow muffled everything. I didn't see another human footprint the whole way. I walked until the trees got too tight to move through and then turned around. I marked the trees with a small knife as I went, just in case. That night, after dinner, I sat outside and listened. The air was sharp and dry. I could hear owls calling to each other, and once, something bigger moving way out past the trees. Probably a moose, maybe a bear coming out of its den too early. I went inside after that and bolted the door, even though I knew it wouldn't stop anything that really wanted to come in. The next morning, I found something strange. About 20 yards past the outhouse, right near a cluster of birch trees, I saw boot prints. Not mine. These were bigger, wider, and fresher than the ones I'd made. The snow was powdery, and these were sunk deep like someone had passed by that morning, maybe an hour or two before I woke up. They came in from the woods and stopped behind the outhouse, then turned and left the way they came. No prints came toward the cabin, just in and out in a straight line. I stood there for a while looking at them. The cold got into my gloves, and I realized I was holding my breath. I looked into the woods where they led and saw nothing, just still trees and snow that went on and on. I didn't follow the prints. I went back inside and locked the door. That was the first time I felt something like fear. Not the sharp kind, but the slow kind that builds. The kind that hangs around your shoulders like weight. I told myself it could have been someone from a nearby cabin, a hunter maybe, or some local passing through. But I didn't believe it. There were no other cabins for miles, and I would have heard an engine or seen a snowmobile. These tracks came on foot. I made coffee, but it tasted bitter. Everything inside felt colder, even though the fire was going strong. That day, I stayed inside and read. I kept looking out the window. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I hadn't come all this way to be scared off by one set of footprints. That night, I barely slept. I left the lantern burning and kept the axe by the cot. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something again. A crunch. Maybe snow falling from the roof, maybe something else. I sat up and listened for what felt like an hour, then finally drifted off just as the sky started to go gray. In the morning, I went out again, this time with the axe. I walked past the outhouse, back to where I saw the tracks the day before. They were mostly gone now, covered by light snowfall. But I found something else. A piece of string, about 6 inches long, tangled in a branch at eye level. It was bright orange, not natural, nylon, like the kind you'd see on hiking gear or trail markers. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of it. The branch wasn't broken. It was tied loosely around it, like someone had left it as a marker. I took it and shoved it in my pocket, then turned back. The cold was getting sharper. The sky had gone pale, and the light was strange, flat and dull. That afternoon, I finally walked the perimeter of the clearing. The snow was deeper along the edge, untouched. I circled the whole place, slow and careful. I didn't find any more prints, but I did see something that stopped me. Near the far side of the clearing, tucked just beyond the tree line, was a small pile of wood. It was neatly stacked, too neatly. The pieces were cut clean, all the same length, with bark shaved down on the ends. There were maybe 20 or 30 pieces. Someone had done it with a saw recently, not rotted or frozen. Some of the wood even had fresh sawdust on it. But there were no tracks leading to or from it. That made my skin go tight. I backed away and didn't touch the pile. I went straight back inside and locked the door again. My gut was tight, turning over itself. Something wasn't right. I thought about leaving again, but it was nearly dark, and I didn't want to drive those roads at night. So I stayed, but I didn't sleep. Not really. I stayed in the chair by the stove, wrapped in my coat with the axe across my lap. The lantern hissed softly. I kept listening for footsteps, for breathing, for anything. Nothing came. The next morning, I made my decision. I was going to pack up and leave. I told myself I'd had enough rest, that a few days was all I needed. But really, I didn't feel safe. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something worse, uncertainty. I didn't know who else was out there or why they'd been so close to the cabin without making themselves known. I started packing just after sunrise. The sky was clear, finally, and the snow had stopped. I loaded my backpack and brought the rest to the truck. Took a couple trips. On the last one, I went to double-check the outhouse and make sure I didn't leave anything behind. That's when I saw the fresh prints again. They were in the same place, behind the outhouse, but this time they were different. They came closer to the cabin, right up to the back wall. I hadn't heard anything during the night, hadn't seen anything, but someone had come all the way up to the cabin while I was inside. The prints circled the cabin once, slow and even, then left the same way, toward the woods. My throat felt dry. My hands started to shake. I stood there, staring at them, knowing I couldn't explain it. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to rob me. They weren't looking for help. They were watching. I didn't take time to clean up or check anything else. I got in the truck and turned the key. The engine caught slow, but it caught. I reversed hard out of the clearing and took the narrow road back toward the main track. Even as I drove, I kept checking the mirrors. I didn't see anyone, but I couldn't stop imagining someone standing just inside the trees, watching the road, waiting for me to leave. It took an hour to get back to the county road and another 2 to reach the first town with cell service. I stopped at a gas station, sat in the lot, and just breathed. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't call the police. I didn't want to explain something I couldn't prove. There wasn't a crime, not technically. No damage, no theft. Just signs, clues, feelings. I didn't even have photos, but I know what I saw. A week later, back at home, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a small bundle of firewood, same as the pile I'd seen in the woods. Clean cut, bark peeled.